Good evening, everybody. We are continuing with our September 26th Board of County Commissioners meeting. We're taking agenda item, public hearing number 6, final fiscal year 2023-2024 budget public hearing. Thank you very much for coming and participating in the process. We very much appreciate that. We have a full house. What I'd like to do is just keep this seat right here in the front open for the next speaker after the one who's speaking, but there are still 3 or 4 or 5 seats. If you have an empty seat next to you, can you raise your hand? If there's some folks that are out in the lobby that would like to come in and sit down, we do have 3 or 4 seats, 5 seats still here. No, you're fine. We'll just make that the first seat. That's the second speaker seat. It's fine. Thank you, Butch. Okay, now I'd also tell you that there is about a 7-second delay out in the lobby, so if it seems like they're a little behind the happenings in this room, that's what that is about. There's a couple of seats up here in the front. And Don, we want to do our presentation first. Do you want to do the public comments first?
The presentation. Commissioner, it's your choice. Essentially, Ms. Manning has the same abbreviated presentation she made at the last hearing, if you want to do that.
Yes.
And then we can go from there.
Yes, what we're going to do is I'm going to have Ms. Manning, who is our head of OMB, and her staff give this PowerPoint presentation to bring everyone up to speed, and then we will take public comment after that point. Ms. Manning, good evening. You are recognized.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jennifer Manning, OMB Director. This is a final budget hearing for the budget. And our first public hearing was held on September 12th. And this is, as I mentioned, the second public hearing. It is a formal process. We have to do it according to Florida statutes. The first important issue to discuss shall be the percent of increase in the millage over the rollback rate and the specific purposes for which the ad valorem revenues are being increased. We're required to adopt a budget and adopt a final budget. There are resolutions for each taxing authority's millage and corresponding budgets, as well as other county funds that do not have a millage. The resolutions are based upon the budget's final approval during the first public hearing. The rollback rate may be higher, therefore, the proposed millage may be decreased in the millage over the rollback rate. The definition for the rollback rate is a rate that would generate the prior year's revenue, less any allowances for new construction and additions. These are all our taxing authorities. We have the Board Countywide Taxing Authority, Fire Rescue, Parks, Unincorporated, the District MSGUs 1 through 5, as well as Special District A61. And as you can see, these are the percentage over the rollback rate. I will not read them all out because they are either read at the time of resolutions, and then it's just a repetitive matter. All of our millage rates are within the maximum allowable in Florida based on the Florida statutes. So for the countywide millage, we have a 10%, a 10 mil cap, and we're at 6.7573. And for the other MSGUs, there is also a 10 mil cap, and we're at 3.4662. Going back, I mentioned at the last public hearing that we did do a $5.8 million reduction, and then we also took out a position, so it went down slightly. So overall, the countywide millage increase, the ad valorem impact is $28.2 million. Fire, parks, roads, and the districts is $9.9 million, leaving us with a $38.1 million increase in ad valorem. The capital budget was reduced, and the impact is $6.8 million. The ad valorem increases for the constitutionals involve the sheriff, which is $15.6 million. The supervisor of elections, 379,000. Tax collector, 305,000. Clerk of the court, 290,000. The property appraiser, 153,000. Inmate medical healthcare contract is $1.6 million. Mental health court, $450,000, and E911, $419,000, for a total of $19.2 million. The countywide BOCC increases included technology, which is $1.2 million. The CRA for the county and the city, $1.9 million. Property tax insurance, $765,000. And the FRS impact for unfunded mandate is $725,000, leaving us with $4.6 million increase. And to note that the departments had increases, but did not affect the ad valorem, and that is due to reoccurring funds from paying off debt service, or debt obligation, if you will. And there we increased several revenues for parks and recreation, charges for services, and revenue sharing. And this was just an illustrative graph that showed the percentage of countywide ad valorem allocated over 4 categories. And that was a sheriff, which represents about 49% of the ad valorem for the countywide. We have the other constitutional officers at 11%, healthcare and medical services, 5%, and the board expenses, 35%. And this just is a representation of the increases for the sheriff, the health, the other constitutional officers, including in the mental health court, E911, and also the medical services, and then the board increases. Ad valorem impact for fire, parks, stormwater, and MSUs included the $4.4 million for fire rescue contract obligation, as well as FTE impact. We have fire rescue FRS impact of about $2 million. The county, the fire CRA represents $403,000. The cost of doing business, such as fuel, supplies, equipment, $182,000. We also have the urban tree canopy audit for $80,000. Street light and other maintenance contracts, $236,000. Mowing and landscaping, $272,000, totaling $7.6 million. So when we look at when we compare the ask for FY24, the ad valorem millage in FY23 is 6.5559, and we're requesting 6.7573, which is a 3.072% increase. For the other MSTUs, it was 3.4078 in FY23 and 3.4662 in FY24, representing a 1.712% increase. So overall, the total millage in FY23 was 9.9637, and FY24 is 10.2235, which represents 2.607% increase. In summary, our taxable values in FY23 was $28 billion. In FY24, it was almost $32 billion. Our ad valorem ask in FY23 is $245 million, and the ask in 24 is $283 million. The total budget is $559 million in FY23 and $640 million in FY24. There were 1,100 employees in FY23 for the board and 1,136 for FY24. The constitutional officers has 752 employees in FY23, and in FY24 it was 768. So when we look at a countywide millage, that's proposed. It is 6.7573, which is slightly less than FY21. And with that, we have resolutions that was based on the board's approval on the first public hearing, and they do not have to be read in full, but they must state the taxing authority, the rollback rate, the percent of increase over or decrease over the rollback rate, and the millage to be levied. And that concludes my first presentation.
Ms. Manning, thank you very much. Mr. Donaldson.
Commissioners, at the last public hearing, you asked me to come up with a list of potential cuts that would total $7,343,109, so that the percent increase of millage rate over last year would be 0. I have those. I provided those to you in an email on Friday. I have a short slide presentation if you want to see them, or we can discuss them later, to your choice, Mr. Chair.
I would like to see the slides now, sir.
Okay. Ms. Manning, if you could bring them up, and if you don't mind clicking them for me. So the first item is grants and aids.
Second, sir, can you?
Yes,
Thank
sorry.
you very much.
So grants and aids, I sent an email to all of our grants and aids. The total amount of grants and aids you can see is about $600,000. It's not, and I asked for a potential reduction of 50%. And in fact, I did receive emails from everybody. There was a couple that came in today that were passed out to you. One from the Veterans Council, and the other one was for 211 services. In any event, the grants and aids reduction totals $287,716. And we'll go on to the next item, parks. In your first reduction in July, we removed $1.25 million. This represents an additional $500,000 Wojciech Park, and the additional $150,000 from Indian Riverside Park. And it simply pushes those projects out in time for a year or more, depending upon what happens next year. Although I say Wojciech Park is that we've made some progress this year, at least on fencing and some of the other projects that Mr. Abate has been able to cover. The next is the sheriff CIP. In our original reductions in July, we reduced it by $1.4 million. This adds another $225,000 in reductions to the sheriff CIP, and it affects their hangar generator operations and their additional money taken from their logistics and operations center, which is something we've been planning for, and it just pushes that project out further. The next item is public buildings, and this is the area where we've had a number of areas where we have equipment that needs to be replaced or refurbished. The courthouse heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system is scheduled to be done in 3 years. Essentially, this part of this reduction affects that project in the sense that we still need to do the project in 3 years. So sort of like a mortgage with a balloon payment, the balloon payment is just getting larger. So we're still anticipating the need to have to do this in 3 years. We're just simply not saving up sufficiently for it at the rate that we do with this reduction. And it's similar to some of the other, just trying to reduce security and constitutional officers' fixed asset replacement budget for a total of $367,000. The next item is in the fire CIP. We did not affect that during the first reduction, so this is a significant reduction into our fire buildings capital budget. Hope Sound Ocean Rescue is a facility that we know needs to be replaced in Hope Sound. It's greatly deficient. It simply removes some additional funds from that, and it pushes that project out at least another or more than a year. There's some other smaller projects, public safety, space analysis. We're between the sheriff's employees growing in there. There are some space needs that we're getting squashed, and our 911 service is getting larger due to the number of call load that we have. So there's some space needs that we'll just push that out. Fleet storage of services expansion. Bay door replacement, you've heard the chief talk about, door responses and opening. This is that program to upgrade our existing doors so that we have a faster response time at the stations. And then the fire station FARB, which is again repairing and replacing things at our fire stations, that we would reduce that budget by $400,000 for a total of $1,176,000. The next item is fairly significant in terms of the dollar amount. Right now, the board, when you developed the septic sewer program, the goal was to reduce 10,000 tanks in 10 years. And with that, the county allocated out of our general fund, which is $2 million and an additional $1.5 million through what they call state revenue sharing, which is also in our general fund, for a total of $3.5 million. So with the franchise fee and the general fund, so that reduction would allow us to reduce the general fund and some of the MSTUs proportionally. The reason why I selected that as one, it was hard to find the $7.3 million. The other piece was that we have had some successful grants recently on the agenda today. We had over approximately $50 million in requests. I don't know that we would get them all. So the immediate impact of not having a matching fund next year is less likely if we get some of these grants, and it would only affect if some projects come in over budget and the board wanted to try to keep the cost at a minimum. Similarly, coastal is the next one, which is our inlet and management program. We've successfully negotiated with the Corps of Engineers on some appropriations Brian Mastis helped us with, so that the impacts of this would not be felt immediately next year. Long term, we would look to have to return this back, because our history with the federal government paying their fair share of the inlet management, it comes and goes, and so that. And also, we have an obligation with our inlet management plan with Jupiter Island and how we deal with the sediment management. But nonetheless, for this year, we could do that reduction. And then the next item is our community redevelopment areas. And this one's a little more complicated in the fact that the CRAs, which were established in 1999, thank you for that, that's the basis of value. Then as property values increase in that area, the Board of County Commissioners, you all set up, they are able to keep the increase in value, the money that's collected, and put it back into the CRAs. We currently allow the CRAs to keep 75% of that value calculation. If we reduce that this year to 65%, it would generate, it would release $1 million of ad valorem into the rest of the budget. It would still, so the CRAs are an example of the amount of value increase in our communities, because the current budget, the CRAs have seen a 25% increase over last year's budget. The $1 million reduction would still allow them to have an 8% increase at roughly $500,000. Again, that percentage could be readjusted back over time. I know the CRAs are concerned. I met with them yesterday about their ability to plan for and meet obligations that they want to achieve. I don't think they were very receptive of my inclusion of them in the list. But nonetheless, I think, again, the goal would be to rebuild that back over time. And then finally, the Business Development Board met, and they did voluntarily release 10% of their contract, which is we provide them about $450,000 a year. Our current contract with them requires that we would give them 6 months' notice if there was any change to it. They voluntarily offered up $45,000, which allowed us or me to get the $7.343 million. Ultimately, at this point in time, the grants and aids wind up being optional. It was essentially have approximately $300,000 over the goal of zero. So that as an option for the board to either include or replace, but for the 0% change in the millage rate, you do not need to include the grants and aids if your goal is to get to zero. And with that, that concludes my presentation on the proposed, your administrator's list of potential reductions, mostly, again, coming out of our capital improvement program.
Sir, thank you very much. I know last time we had our first budget hearing, we had the sheriff here to explain some of his increases and why he felt that they were appropriate. And we did not have the opportunity to have our fire chief here to explain, the dollars and cents from his department as well. He is here this evening, and I'd like to give him an opportunity to address us and the public, and so is our fire chief, Chad Chanchulia. Sir, welcome.
Good afternoon again for the record. Name is Chad Chanchuli, Fire Chief from Martin County Fire Rescue. To my right,
Christian Montori, Division Chief. I'm sorry, Matt Resch, Fire Rescue Administrator.
Rocco Napoli, Division Chief Operations.
we're going to pull up a quick PowerPoint for you. I know it's been a long day, and I'm sure it could potentially be a long night as well. So what we wanted to do is just take an opportunity to speak on behalf of Fire Rescue in regards to the budget. This is the time of year where we really look closely at the budget, both county administration as well as the community. And we had two major asks that we made in this fiscal year that you awarded us, and they had budgetary impacts. But I think for the context of the public, it's important just to kind of recap some of that information in a very brief format. So the two items that we made a request this budget year, one was 20 additional full-time employees. Two had to do with the union contract. So I'm going to speak on the first one, the 20 additional full-time employees. Back in April, we came before the board and we articulated the increase of the level of service that was getting impacted from the community. And what was happening is our 911 calls were getting to a level that we were unable to sustain if we didn't do something actionable. So what we did is we put 5 additional rescue trucks on the road to be able to meet that level of demand that was happening from the community. Now, where this happened is during COVID, the call level went up. But after COVID, the call level, it really escalated and the trend continued today. So we put 5 additional trucks on the road. The problem I didn't have the personnel for it. Those 5 trucks were staffed 100% with overtime. Here's the issue that we had. One truck that I add to the road, and I have to cover all 3 shifts, it is going to require me to put 10 full-time employees to capture one truck. We put 5 on the road. So what was happening is we started having a lot of overtime at an unsustainable rate. And we got to the point where our members of the department were no longer taking the overtime, and it forced me to do something called mandating overtime. So the flag that got raised is the department is burned out because of the excessive amount of work. Mandating overtime, what that means, our people work 24 hours a day, long days, long nights, and then in the morning, they clean up their equipment, do a turnover. When the relief comes in, they go home to their family. Problem is, if I didn't have someone to come in to relieve them, they cannot go home. And I have to mandate them to stay another 24 hours, which makes them stay away from their family for 48 hours straight. That is something that's not sustainable, and that's something that we're doing on a recurring basis. So with you, we came to the board, we asked for the 20 FTEs. We explained it very well. You guys awarded that. So what I want to show you in our first slide is the impact that you made with the community and the fiscal responsibility that you saved in tax dollars in overtime expenditures alone. So on the first slide, what you're going to see on the bar graph here, each bar graph is reflective of a 2-week pay cycle. The red bar graph is when we did not have those 20 full-time employees on the street. So this is the trend that we were having prior to the 20. We were averaging $166,000 in overtime expenditures every 2 weeks. That was our trend. Then you can see in the next bar graph where it's green and it drops. That is when we had our 20 full-time employees. They hit the street, fully functioning. We dropped that overtime from $166,000 to $39,000 a pay cycle. We dropped it over 325%. That's based off the decision that you made. What does that mean to the community? Here's what it means. Tax dollars, overtime expenditures, what you save the community is $700,000 in overtime expenditures in this fiscal cycle. That was a huge impact. The other thing you did is you provided relief for the organization. I have not yet mandated anyone to do overtime since we put those 20 additional full-time employees. So that was the first item I want to talk about. Second item I want to talk about is the union contract. So we came before the board, and at that time when we finished the 20, we were negotiating in the union contract. That was a very long and arduous process. And in the union contract, we had two major items of concern that we had to address. It was recruitment and it was retention. First, let me speak about retention. The reason I knew we had a retention issue is because we started receiving letters of resignation to go to Palm Beach County. And it started happening on a continual basis where it was getting something that wasn't sustainable for the fact that we wouldn't be able to afford the negative ramifications of what was to come. The other issue was the recruitment issue. And where that flag was raised is when you allowed us to hire those 20 additional employees. We posted those openings for 6 weeks, and we gained 130 applicants that were interested to come to Martin County Fire Rescue. Here's the part that's interesting. For the layman perspective, 130 people looking for 20 jobs, you may think that's pretty good. And I'm telling you, it's not even close to good. It's not near good. In fact, it's horrendous. To give you a perspective, Palm Beach County, and there's not worth talking about any other county because that is our direct competitor. Palm Beach County hires in the hundreds. They open for 24 hours and then they shut it down. And they have enough applicants in a 24-hour period to fill their ranks. But let me bring you back to our 130. We did 130, 6 weeks, called them up. We needed to come here to take a test. We need to put them in an academic test and a physical test to make sure they rise to the standard of Martin County Fire Rescue. And out of that 130 that accepted that test date, the day of the test, 30 don't show up. No reason why, no explanation, no phone call, no nothing. Now I'm down to 100. And out of that 100, when I put them through the testing process, I lose another 30%. So now I'm down to 70. And now I have to hire 27 people. 20 is what you gave us with the additional employees. The 7 had to do with attrition. The lion's share of that had to do with resignations to Palm Beach County. So that's something that was definitely not sustainable. So it forced us in negotiations to deep dive in the why that was happening. And that was the compensation part of the contract. So here's what we discovered. In this contract they're in now, the old original contract, if you look at a step 1 firefighter, year 1 firefighter, they drop their gear, they go to Palm Beach County. Overnight, they will make roughly $22,000 more doing the same job. The step 5, the year 5 firefighter, this is one you really have to pay attention to as well. This is the one that's the future leadership of this organization, Martin County Fire Rescue. This is the one that trains our newer personnel in fire rescue. This is the one that's integrated in the community and understands the needs of this community. If they drop their gear and go to Palm Beach County and work day 1, starting from day 1, they will gain $7,000 more. That's an issue. So we negotiated the contract. We came with what we believe is a very fair and balanced deal. And let me just say this with Palm Beach County. We're not Palm Beach County. We're not going to pay like Palm Beach County. We don't want to be Palm Beach County. And Palm Beach County will never have the level of service that we have. But with what we negotiated, here's what we ratified, brought to the board, you approved, and here's the results. That same step 1 firefighter, they drop their gear now in the new contract, they will still gain $15,000. They're still going to gain $15,000. That year 5, step 5, that one that's integrated in the community, future leadership of fire rescue, if they drop their gear now and go to Palm Beach County, they're at a deficit of $1,372. I get it. It's not a lot of money, but it is a loss. Here's the result of that contract. I have not had one resignation since you approved that contract. 2, I actually had 2 resignations in the pipeline to go to Palm Beach County Fire Rescue, And they rescinded those resignations, and they stayed right here. That's the impact that contract had. And I'm not naive to believe I will never have a resignation again. However, what you did is you shut the floodgates down, because here's what we can't afford: the replacement cost. If I lose one fire medic and they go to Palm Beach County and I backfill them with a firefighter EMT, which is typically what happens, it is going to take me 3 years to get them to the level of a beginning of a fire medic. I have to put them through schooling, the educational, and I have to pay overtime every single day that vacancy is there. It's going to cost for that one loss upwards of $700,000 to lose one employee. That is not sustainable. That's not a long-term business plan. That's why we ratified this contract, you approved this contract, and now what you have done overall, with all the decisions you made for fire rescue this year, one, you reduced overtime at an alarming rate. You saved the community upwards of $700,000 in tax dollars. It's a huge savings. But you brought relief to our firefighters to where they're not being overworked and working a tremendous amount of overtime. And then you fixed our recruitment and you fixed our retention. So what I want to do is thank you for your leadership. We wouldn't have done this without any of you. And I want to thank you for your belief in fire rescue. And I also want to thank you for your commitment to the community and maintaining that level of service that they deserve. So I just want to kind of close this out. I want to make it short and sweet. But if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Thank you, Chief. I have two questions for you. One, can you explain for the folks here and the folks watching how many calls Martin County Fire Rescue takes in a year and the average station amount of calls?
So our unit responses, and that's actual vehicles on the road, we're over 50,000 a year of units responding to different calls. One station 30, Port Salerno, busiest station that we have in the county. That station can run upwards in a shift of 20 to 24 calls in a day, in a 24-hour period. But it varies throughout the county. But the call load, and it varies of where the percentages increase, but across the board, there's been areas like Salerno gone up 110%. Palm City's gone up 90-something%. Hobe Sound, I mean, it's just off the chain. And the problem is, you asked me last time I was here, why? And I can't give you the one reason. It's a compound of events of why we are here today. But I will say this. The nursing homes, I think everyone understands, they have increased in the community. That's a big demand on the system. But there's also a lot of bed and breakfast areas, or we have the vacation rentals, things that aren't really trackable that are happening where we have a lot of tourism in here. The traffic that we have on 95 and a turnpike, people are moving to Florida. Not saying Martin County, but they're coming to Florida. We are responsible for all of that. It has been a significant increase in calls.
Last time we had the budget hearing, there was some folks, and including myself, I came from a community where a majority of our firefighters were volunteers. Can you explain the difference between why a volunteer setup wouldn't necessarily work here compared to where it does work in other communities?
So we get this question quite a bit, and it depends where you grew up, what part of the country you grew up. In the area that we live in, we have a very dense population, which means when there's a demand and they have a 911 call, we have to be there within 6 to 6.5 minutes. That's a level of service that we provide. If you think about a volunteer system usually works. You have a pager, you go to work, your normal job, and then that pager gets alerted that there's something happening in that area. So you leave your job, you get in your car, whatever light you put on your car, and you drive to the station, you jump into a truck, and you wait for the next person to come because you can't go by yourself. You have to go in pairs. Then, once they get there, then you start driving to the scene, whatever that is, emergency call, anything. So if we attach that to our typical cardiac arrest, when they're not breathing, heart's not beating, unconscious, unresponsive, here's the one thing that you got to keep in mind. Your brain can go up to 6 minutes. Any longer, you have irreversible consequences, let alone the fact that your heart's not beating to begin with. So if you apply that to a volunteer system in this part of Florida, we have a significant impact on the community in a negative way.
Thank you. The last question I'll ask, and it's not so much budget related, but I hear it all the time, I'm sure you do as well. why does an ambulance go along with an engine to calls?
So we have our engines and our rescues, they work together. So what we are is called fire rescue. Fire rescue, for people that didn't grow up here, it means we're duly certified. It means we are medically trained and we're trained on the fire side as well. When we go to something, for instance, like the cardiac arrest, the minimum amount of people that you need for a cardiac arrest is 5 to 6 people. And let me just break it down real quick, not to get too much in the weeds. You have somebody doing compressions. You have number 2 doing the monitor set up for defibrillation or whatever cardiac rhythm you are. Number 3, somebody's got to do an intubation on them to secure an airway. Number 4, someone has to do an intravenous access to start an IV in the patient. Number 5, somebody's got to pull up the medications to actually give them the life-saving drug to be able to bring them back to life. And then number 6 is the one that is talking to the family member who has to get the detailed history and understanding, allergies, meds, prior history, the whole gamut. That's 6 people I used like that. So that's why you have an engine and a rescue. Depending on the call, we need that amount of people on scene to effectively impact the public in a positive way. When we talk about level of service, that's what we mean with level of service. And that's what this community has, is a quality level of service.
Thank you. My final question, and I think you touched on it, but I want to make sure people understand. Do we have anyone that in our department, how many members of our department are there?
On the boots on the ground, roughly 350.
Okay, any of them not an EMT or a paramedic?
Negative.
So-
All are, yes.
In our communities where we had firefighters, we don't have anyone that's strictly a firefighter. They're either EMTs
Correct.
or, the way you prefer it, paramedics.
Correct. So, and just for clarification, when we're talking about EMT and paramedic, it's a lot of schooling to get just the medical side of the training. But the paramedic side itself, just that, take everything else out, is a minimum of 15 months of just the schooling part, not the training when you get out. So it's a very long process. When we say that we are truly professionals, we are truly educated professionals.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Smith.
Not that we couldn't keep this going on all night, because the nuances of everything that they do is a lot. But in following on your question, Mr. Chair, when you send 2 units to a scene and there's another call in that zone, what happens?
So when we have 2 units to a scene, multiple things happen. One is we always backfill the other station. So if those crews are busy in that zone, we already have the next station nearest by, closest unit response to that call. All of our trucks are run off GPS. The way our calls come in, it's an automated system. It recognizes the closest unit to that emergency call, wherever it is, and it immediately triggers that rescue, that vehicle, no matter where they are, no matter what station it is, to go to that call.
And so on a call, if you have to mobilize from that call because the need or the requirement of that call doesn't consume all 6 or all the capacity, can they move to the next call?
Yes. So if we have a medical call where they stabilize the patient, and if you're looking at both an engine and a rescue, the fire truck and the ambulance, the fire truck is the one that would break away because it has paramedics on it. It's able to get to the scene and it's able to start that advanced life support care. And then we wait for the next rescue to come in, transport unit, and then it goes from there as well. That's why sometimes even if you see a fire truck come on scene first, it's because they're not just fire, they are medical as well to initiate that care.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much, Chief, and to your folks. The reason, ladies and gentlemen, I ask these questions is because the sheriff's portion of our budget and the fire rescue portion of our budget are the big portions of the budget. There was an increase in the contract that he discussed, and most of the questions that I've heard over the last several weeks is, why did you give the fire rescue guys so much money? And I wanted you to hear it directly from the chief's mouth on why that is the case. So you now know the same thing that we had heard when we made that decision. Thank you very much, Chief. We got plenty of people that want to talk to us. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the public request to speak portion of the meeting. I have probably 30 so far request to speak forms. We do not shave minutes off like other municipalities do. When the room is filled, you have 3 minutes. How we'll do this, it works as quickly as possible, is I will call a name, you'll come to the podium here, you'll see a little timer box there. It allows you 3 minutes. At the 2-minute and 45-second point, you'll hear a tone. That doesn't mean you have to stop. That just tells you you have 15 seconds to sort of wrap up finalize your thoughts so we don't just cut you off. There's a lot of people that want to speak, so I know some of you would like to speak for 5 minutes. We don't find that to be fair, so that everyone gets an opportunity. They're basically random. What I'll also do tonight is call the second person, and if you could come when I call the second name, just come forward, sit here in the front row so that we can, in between the speakers, I just got another 4. In between the speakers, it'll speed the process along. If, you're more than entitled to speak, we're happy that you're here to share. If for some reason you feel that what you've heard is enough or the point's been made, I have no problem with you waving your hand and saying, thank you, I defer. But you don't have to. So with that in mind, the gentleman that was here first, Mr. Jonathan Dobbs will go first, followed by Mr. Butch Olson. Mr. Dobbs, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners. Just want to stop for a moment and just say thank you for you guys doing what you do, because it's a lot of long hours. I know it is, and family, friends, loved ones are doing other things right now, so thank you. I just want to bring a word of encouragement. Budget meetings are popular and fun. And I was in the military for a number of years in a search and rescue unit, and I think you all would agree our first responders are very important to us. And in that, I'd just like to ask that you continue to fund the Martin County Fire and Rescue in all the units. Over the last year, I've had a chance, and I'm not in the fire department at all, I've been able to touch all 13 of the firehouses, all the shifts, and just meet a lot of the men and women who serve. And they're the same quality, highest level of leaders that I saw in the military, serving at all levels. And they are our life in times of emergency and trouble. And I know you'd agree with that. And any one of us, God forbid, could be in a moment where we need their help and their care. And so, in budget meetings where you see a big chunk or a line item, I've been at those at the base level, it's easy to go, wow, that's expensive. And it's vital that they continue to be funded and supported. They provide life-giving service, as you know, as our chief just, spoke. And I'm in a lot of homes in our county, and I get to meet with a lot of business owners. And there's a lot of people who are citizens like me who would resonate with what I'm about to say. They're worthy of our funding. They're worthy of our support. And I just want to thank you for supporting them and for funding them and just to continue to do so. Thank you for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you, sir. Our next request to speak for him is Mr. Butch Olson.
Thank you.
Followed by Frank Titidikis.
Thank you, sir. So I want to personally and publicly thank each and every one of you for your service to our county, our community. There's a lot of people here tonight. They're going to be upset with your decisions, but I just want to remind you folks, there's a lot of people that are not here that feel like you have done a great job for our community. And I'm one of those folks. I'm here, but, So, there's a lot of things, this is a difficult situation. I get it, folks. But a lot of things that people in our community, I was born and raised here. I live here, born and raised. So the things that people are really hold dear to their hearts are, number one, public safety, fire rescue, sheriff's office. I'm the son of a Martin County Fire Rescue volunteer. He was captain and lieutenant before I went, and he helped it go professional. I mean, they can't lose their budget. So septic sewer, this is our environment. We need these in Palm City and Port Sorno. It's very important for our environment. CRAs and NACs, these are, our community wants and needs public input to get to you folks, the government. NAC, CRA, that's very important. So I'm just asking that you folks do not cut that. Go through your budget the way it is and pass it. And Happy to answer any questions, but those are the three things that I'm supporting.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, also, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, you folks do not get enough credit. There's a lot of people that just don't give enough credit. I really appreciate you, Don, staff, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank, you are next, followed by Mike Redling. Good evening, sir, and welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is Frank Titicus, and I'm here representing Martin County Taxpayers Association. And although property values increased in Martin County by 12.8%, generating an additional $19 million in tax revenue, the proposed millage rate of 6.76, which would have generated an additional $38.2 million in tax revenue, despite the burden that taxpayers are suffering from rising interest, rent, insurance, electricity, food, fuel, and other things. The firefighters in the sheriff's office will cost approximately $20 million on their contracts. And so several major themes we'd like to put before you. One is salaries. When we went through the budget, these varied everywhere from 3% for some departments to 32%. We suggest that the county adopt a standard percentage increase of 5%. The city of Stewart did a 4% increase. Personnel. Unless a department is delivering essential direct services, no new position should be added. Number 3, adopt a policy that the county will not provide aid to private organizations, which currently totals $842,718. These tax-exempt organizations are a trade-off. They provide community services in exchange for being tax-exempt and not paying taxes in the county. Martin County Tax Association believes the county should not be funding private organizations with tax dollars. The county, through Parks and Recreation Department, has run several businesses that are losing money. As detailed in the budget footnotes, the county should not compete with private enterprises, and these businesses should be exited. And this, I may gore a few oxes here, but each commissioner has a municipal services taxing unit which generates money for the commissioners to spend at their discretion. In June, there was approximately $2 million in unused funds. The BOCC should adopt a policy of not carrying forward any unused amounts. Our analysis demonstrated that there are approximately $19.46 million could be carved out of the budget, and we believe the staff can find $8.5 million to keep the tax rate at its current level. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Mr. Redling, you are next, followed by Miss Darlene Van Riper.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mike Redling. I'm the current chair of the CRA agency. That was a fast 3 minutes. I'm the chair of the RIO NAC and executive director at Habitat for Humanity of Martin County, as well as a longtime resident of RIO. I'm here to ask you today to pass the budget as presented. Passing the budget and enduring the increase in millage is the most equitable route for everyone in Martin County, as opposed to catering to those who don't happen to live in a CRA area. It's also the most palatable and, in the long run, inexpensive option for CRA residents at this point. Failure to pass the budget as presented will lead to several proposed cuts to county services and programs, almost all of which weigh inordinately heavy on CRA neighborhoods. The proposed cut of CRA TIF funds from 75 to 65% equals just over $1 million. That's just this year alone. Short of any written promise to return that number to 75% next year, which doesn't exist at this point, means the CRA will continue to lose $1 million per year every year until the program sunsets in 2039. That's $15 million that won't be reinvested into the parts of our community that are the most ripe for reinvestment at this point. The $1 million decrease will affect programs and projects designed to serve the residents who live in neighborhoods that have been deemed blighted and the most in need of assistance. A setback in the revitalization of these neighborhoods means a loss in property values and ultimately less tax money coming from those areas, which again affects everyone in Martin County. The CRAs comprise 1% of Martin County, yet with the proposed cut, they would be on the hook for about 15% of the budget shortfall. There's a proposed $3.5 million cut to utilities, Should that happen, 2 septic to sewer conversion projects would be the most likely casualties. Those 2 projects, one in Port Salerno and another in Palm City, would of course adversely affect CRA residents. It would also mean those CRA residents have now taken the brunt of the budget shortfall, being asked to give up $4.5 million of the $7.3 million gap. Again, despite making up a vastly small portion of the county. Those 2 sewer projects, besides further delaying the CRA conversion, also have ramifications countywide, as both are scheduled for areas with direct access to our waterways. One of the stated goals of this commission, and a very familiar campaign platform the last few elections, has been to clean up waterways. Killing septic to sewer conversions in communities that line the river is not the way to achieve that goal. Yesterday, Mr. Donaldson appeared at the CRA meeting to briefly discuss the proposed cuts and kindly answer any questions. One of the things he said was, in this county, we budget for what we need. I can think of a few things we need more than a vibrant and fully funded CRA program. Besides the obvious implications of asking residents in historically low-income and blighted neighborhoods to give up services and make up more than their fair share of the county shortfall, these cuts hurt the community as a whole. What we need is to realize that CRAs are more than just places that need a little help appearance-wise. They are stable economic investment opportunities with guaranteed returns. You won't find that anywhere else in Martin County.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Van Riper, you are next, followed by, and I apologize, Lucy from the Cleveland Clinic. Thank you. Ms. Van Riper, welcome.
Hi, I'm Darlene Van Riper with the Martin County Taxpayers Association.
Mike's not on.
One moment, please. That wasn't done intentionally.
Yeah.
I have a button over here.
Sure. I'm Darlene Van Riper with the Martin County Taxpayers Association. I want to address the nonprofit issue. By the way, the Martin County Taxpayers Association is also a nonprofit. Absolutely no one is saying that every one of the nonprofits on the list that you all fund is not absolutely necessary or that they don't do a fine job. No one. However, on this list, I don't see some of my favorites. My grandmother died in hospice care. I would give my discretionary charity dollars to them. They're not on the list, and I don't have that choice then. Rotary. I was a Rotary International Exchange student. I would give money to them. They're not on this list. I'm a firm believer in safe space. Where are they? Project Lift is very deserving in my mind, yet I don't have the choice to give my money to them because they're not on this list. I can go on and on. House of Hope, no choice. You may say, well, just give them your own personal money. What if I don't have it? Charitable giving is a very personal thing. Just ask any professional fundraiser. By having this list of nonprofits that you give my tax dollars to, you are cutting out my preferences. Don't you see that? You are creating winners and losers. You are limiting my choices. It's not right. It's not conservative fiscally to fund private organizations with public funds, especially when you can't fund them all, and you can't. By the way, the people that Martin County Taxpayers Association represent are driving home from work right now because they don't have professional fundraisers. And for those of you who would say that, why haven't you, meaning all of these people in this room, shown up earlier to all of the commission meetings? The Martin County Taxpayers Association has been in contact with all of you for years and years, trying to work with you and tell you what the taxpayers of the county are going through. So I hope you consider maintaining the flat budget rate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before you begin, two things. One, you'll pronounce your last name for me, and two, our next speaker will be Miss Patty Marchese.
Good evening. My name is Lucy Guevara. I am the ER nurse manager at Cleveland Clinic North Hospital right up the road. And I am here because I want to express my gratitude to the Martin County Fire Department. This is a group of men and women who hold the utmost level of professionalism every time they walk into that ER. I've witnessed these firefighters show and embody a great teamwork, dedication, and integrity throughout every day that they walk into our ER. And I also want to mention that these are trained professionals delivering excellent care to your community every day. I want to thank the commissioners for the support that they are showing the firefighters, and I also want them to realize that you are giving them tools and resources to retain these firefighters for an extended period of time that is only going to make your community a lot stronger. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you.
Ms. Marchese is next, followed by Mr. Doug Mustapik.
Hi, my name is Patty Marchese. I'm a Martin County resident, homeowner, and taxpayer. I just want to thank you for going back to the drawing board. I hope it works out at the end. I spoke at the last budget meeting, and the common theme was the high cost of living, inflation, and extremely high homeowners insurance. What I heard back was these were state or federal issues, and the county has no control of these. Of course, we all know that, but we do have control of property tax. So raising taxes for some will be that extra burden that could be the very last straw. And I think there is a real disconnect when we're talking about people struggling to stay in their homes, and some are trying to figure out how many pickleball courts will be provided. So out of all the line items that you gave consideration to, the only one missing is the Martin County taxpayer. Thank you.
Mr. Musterpick, you are next, followed by Jordan Bromberg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Board of Commissioners and fellow community members. My name is Doug Musterpick, born and raised here in Martin County. I'd like to start by recognizing the board's fiscal prudence last year. Your decision to trim the budget showcased a commitment to responsible financial management. However, this year's proposed increases raises concerns. While it's essential to invest in our county's future, we must also ensure that our budget remains sustainable and doesn't overburden our residents. For many of us, the rising cost of living is a real and pressing concern with little end in sight. Alongside the high prices of essentials like gas and groceries, any increase enacted is yet another brick added to a very heavy burden. However, public safety stands out as a top priority. Our community, especially our senior members, relies on assurance of a swift and effective response during emergencies. We can and should find ways to prioritize safety while also being mindful of how budgetary changes impact our ability to maintain a competitive level of service, both now and in the future. This decision is multifaceted. It's about safeguarding our community, ensuring fiscal responsibility, and truly understanding the challenges our residents face daily. As we move forward, I urge the board to have a vision for the future that prioritizes both public safety, budgetary restraint, and setting the stage for a prosperous and secure future for all. Lastly, I would encourage my fellow residents to recognize the efforts you've invested, take note of how you're grappling with the difficulties, working toward agreement, and assess your decisions accordingly. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Bromberg, you are next, followed by Diane Castellucci. Sir, welcome.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Jordan Bromberg, and I'm the medical director of the Volunteers in Medicine Clinic in Stewart. The clinic was founded in 1995, originally as part of Martin Memorial Hospital, but became an independent 501c3 corporation in 2002. I hope you know what we do, but just to bring you up to date, we take care of county residents who have no insurance and are low income. And I've practiced in this community for over 35 years, and I'm really proud to tell you that the care that we give our patients, in my opinion, is as good, if not better, than the care anybody here can get with the best insurance in the world. That really is something that I think is beneficial to our patients who are our neighbors. But I want to hone down a little bit on what I think this does for Martin County. Winston Churchill said that healthy citizens are the greatest asset any country can have. We keep our workforce healthy. The huge majority of our patients come from working families. These are our landscapers, our construction workers, our roofers, our wait staff, and our retail employees. We keep people out of the emergency department and out of the hospital. If the patients did not see us, they'd have no place else to get their care. And I think we all know what the cost of to the community is that. Patients who end up in the hospital often get sent to us, and we keep them out, and the readmission rate goes down. The state of Florida keeps track of what they call preventable hospitalizations. That's defined as somebody who would not need to be in the hospital if they had good outpatient primary care. Martin County falls well below the state average in that. It's certainly better than our neighbors as well, and I think that that's something that the clinic is proud of and in part certainly responsible for. Since becoming an independent organization in 2002, Martin County has supported us with a yearly grant. When we initially applied, we pledged that we'd never ask for more money. Despite our budget increasing 400% over that time period, we've honored that commitment. At the present time, this grant accounts for 17% of our annual budget. Cutting it by 50% will likely have a negative impact on our patients and on the county. We respectfully request that you reconsider your decision to cut our funding by 50%. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Doctor.
I'm Diane Castellucci, and I'm a resident of Palm City.
Ma'am, 1 second, please. Ms. Castellucci, you are next, followed by Sadia Safaritis.
Okay. I have reviewed the portion of the budget that deals with charitable giving, and the amounts I reviewed are questionable. I'm all for charity and gift giving. I'm a mother, a grandmother, and I have a pet. But there is a limit to funding that we can give to every charity and every fundraising organization. One charity that was set up in 2004 was for a Palm Beach County resident. So there's a young woman who was killed in an auto crash. We have been funding that charity since 2004, and in this year's budget it is for $85,000. So I would bring that to your attention and ask if that is being looked at. I had sent an email to you, Commissioner. Have you an answer?
Tonight's your night, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that. So there needs to be careful oversight as to where our tax dollars are going, and I would ask if you have someone that carefully monitors all of these, because the Dory Schlossberg question would probably have been caught had someone been carefully monitoring it. Also, the veterans that are homeless in Martin County get a paltry $10,000, and I think they should get an increase. So I would ask the commissioners to please take a hard look at the funding for every category, because there is a limit to the dollars that can be spent. We are not a very large county. We're smaller than St. Lucie and smaller than Palm Beach, and our taxpayers have limited resources. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Manning, Sadia, if you could come up and just give me a moment, please. Ms. Manning, there was a question asked about the Dory Schlossberg. Can you explain, please?
Yes, we get fees from, whenever someone gets a ticket for, whatever citation that they get, and those fees go towards it goes in a trust fund for Dory Schlossberg, and whatever funding is available, we provide it to the school board for safe driving. There is no county funds involved.
Thank you. Ms. Woods.
I was just going to say, this is, excuse me, this is a fee that's levied against people who get traffic tickets, as Ms. Manning explained. But understand, it's through a state law. It goes into a trust fund. It can only be used for driver education programs. It doesn't cost the taxpayers of Martin County a cent. It also is done pursuant to the state law. We advertise it. Any of the safe driving programs for any of our schools can apply for that money, and then it's done through a grant. But it's not a grant. It's not a charity to to benefit Dory Schlossberg. She's the name of a former state representative. Daughter was killed in a drunk driving accident. It's a statewide program. It's not a charity. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope that, we don't normally do this, but you can,
As to why the 85,000 was listed under the charitable gift giving fund.
thank you, please. Ma'am?
It's for an accounting purpose. It's a grants and aids program. So it's not, it's just the account number that delineates where the funding goes. So it's not necessarily a charitable program. And it was 65,000. The 85,000 was for the other.
So in other words, it's a bookkeeping, procedural bookkeeping technique. One of the advantages of being here tonight and asking these questions, I have our staff here available to answer. We're going to go into a Q&A with everyone. We'll be here till breakfast. But that particular question, some of them we can knock down so people can leave with a better understanding of how the system works. Sadia, you are next, followed by Miss Sheila Donovan.
Good afternoon or good evening. I'm going to be quiet. I'm Sadia Saftaridis. I volunteer for the county for the past 22 years, and I'm going on 23. One of the things every one of you knows is that Golden Gate is my field. I mean, this is where I live, and this is where I want an improvement, and I want to thank you for the improvement so far. I'm not going to explain that when I first moved into Golden Gate, I couldn't go get a salt when it get dark. Now, we leave 2 in the morning, we go everywhere, we're not afraid. Golden Gate become an example of, used to be blatant, now it become halfway celebration of Disney World. I remember when our next door neighbor sold his, duplexes for $50,000, we thought, oh, he did good. I'm asking you to go get it now for less than $480, $460. In other words, we did a lot of improvement. Now we have one more project going on called the Camino Trail. If you take that money off Golden Gate, it's going to be delaying us for another 3 or 4 years, and I think I'm getting old. I'm 70 already. So I really like to see that finish like it was planned for this next year. I asked Mr. Donaldson about why is 6.5 for the CRA, how long is going to be, for 1 year, 2 years? He said forever. Is that what you told me?
No, let's not get into that.
So I really think you should refrain from that. Do what you have in hand right now, and let the rest of the stuff come later. And I appreciate every one of you, and thank you for this time. Whatever you do, keep the budget the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Donovan, you are next, followed by Ellen Aislinn.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Sheila Donovan, unincorporated Martin County. And I didn't really want to come and talk again, and it sounds like y'all are making progress in reducing our taxes. I am appreciative of the fire department speaking. That was very informative. And of course, we need the fire rescue and we need law enforcement. Those are 2 things that we desperately need, and fund them. Yes, please fund them. What I don't understand, though, is a lot of these charitable donations. I don't give to charity anymore because I'm my own charity now. It's Doris Schlossberg. I remember hearing about her a while back. It was interesting to find out where it comes and goes. I just don't understand, though, why it seems like y'all need to spend every dollar that comes in. When you look at the incoming and the outgoing, they're always the same. Why can't there be a reserve? We do have a reserve. Yes, I know we have a reserve fund. But why, I just don't understand the whole budget thing. You have a certain amount coming in, and you try to control what goes out. Well, at least I try to control what goes out because I don't have a lot coming in. But now the property values are way up, it seems to me that the millage would be enough to run our government. So anyway, thank you for letting me run on. It beats yelling at the TV.
Not necessarily. Ma'am, you are next, followed by Glenn Schmidt. Welcome.
I'm Ellen Asplin, NAC with Port Salerno, and I have here a letter that Julie Priest wrote to the commissioners, and I'm going to read it. I know that you've already read it, but the public needs to be aware of the explanation of TIF funding, which most of them don't understand at all. And it's very clear in the letter that Julie has written. Dear Chairman Campy and honorable members of the Board of County Commissioners, I watched and listened to the discussion, public comments regarding the 2023 and 24 budget that took place after 5 during your previous meeting. Understand correctly, Mr. Donaldson was directed to reduce the budget by $8 million. Since that meeting, I have learned that the CRA is expected to lower its budget by $1 million. As part of that 8,000 reduction, 8 million, I'm sorry. Please recall that I have participated as a RIO NAC person for 8 years member, advocated for neighborhood improvements as a resident since 1999. That period also included the years that all CRA projects were completely stopped by the majority commission, causing the CRA director and staff to resign. Therefore, community improvements were significantly delayed. Dollars for CRA projects are raised through the tax increment funding, we call that TIF, and are to be spent on projects within the respective neighborhoods. The percentage of tax increment financing has also been reduced from the initial amount set during the early years of the CRA program. That was in 2000 and 2002 when master plans were adopted. For RIO, that date was April 2001. TIF is raised from a specific CRA neighborhood, must be spent on the projects for the same neighborhood, because that neighborhood was officially evaluated, designated to be neglected and blighted. The reason those neighborhoods, formerly 7 with Indiantown, now 6, qualified for redevelopment was because they had serious deterioration due to lack of investment by Martin County and changes in the development patterns. The projects in each neighborhood are expensive. It's taken decades to accumulate enough funding for infrastructure to bring neighborhoods up to acceptable standards. I'm not going to be able to finish this letter. I want to add a pet peeve of mine. Dawn Cobb was in charge of the SHIP program. She resigned, and 3 people were employed to take her place. Is that necessary?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Schmidt, you are next, followed by Richard McAinley.
Hi, good evening.
Hello,
It's a
sir.
pleasure to see you all again. So I have to say, maybe I'll start with the discussion of firefighters and law enforcement. My family has been the direct recipient of the quality of that care and in this county. It's amazing to watch the equivalent of the best emergency room you've ever seen delivered to your doorstep. That being said, I think we might be forgetting some things that don't involve that level of care. This county has always had a very strong volunteer support base. Martin Memorial ran their volunteer departments. like clockwork. And I just wonder if looking forward, of course, we're going to approve these budgets, but if looking forward, there's in some way of integrating that level of community volunteerism into these two departments. There has to be a way to reduce the cost of man hours that go into this. The other question we have when it comes down to millage rate is still a little bit of a quagmire. So we're seeing this gigantic increase in millage rate in Palm City. Ed, I think this is your department, and we're seeing that 33% increase in our Palm City millage rate come right down to the MSTU. There has to be some way of saying this is not the time to explore that level of budget increase. There has to be a time, and I think the time is now. So I say to you, I mean, our kids grew up together. I say to you, this is not the right time.
Thank you.
That's my speech.
Appreciate it.
Oh, and whoever owns a food truck should have been here tonight.
Thank you, sir. Our next request to speak form is right in front of us, Mr. Richard McAnally, followed by Ms. Robin Cartwright. Sir, welcome.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, to you. I'd like to thank the entire board for not just listening to the public, but actually hearing us. We appreciate it. And especially Commissioner Harrington, who's like Nancy Reagan, just say no.
Commissioner Hetherington wasn't born when Nancy Reagan was around.
In these times, they're tough for everybody. We just had our insurance company leave town, and right now we don't have insurance on the house, and it went from like $4,000 up to $8,500. We got to cut the budget, guys, and we just need to prioritize for a little while what we really need versus what a lot of people would like to have. So I appreciate your efforts, and thanks for hearing me.
Thank you, sir, very much. Ms. Cartwright, you are next, followed by Ms. Karen Ripper. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. So for those who are not aware, you declared September Hunger Action Month, and more than 30,000 in Martin County are identified as unable to afford the basic costs of living. And that's almost 20% of your total residents. I would venture to say the number is actually higher because that's just who we know about, because many are ashamed and don't know where to go for help or who to ask for help. We live in the third wealthiest county in Florida, and we shouldn't need to declare a month to acknowledge that people can't afford the basics like food. This budget neglects to equitably treat those who are socioeconomically deprived, because this isn't about the specific organizations that you've listed on your budget as much as it is about the health of our community. Your cuts potentially create a burden on all of the nonprofits that are providing services, and not just the nonprofits that you choose to support or not support. Because what if that money you've cut can't be raised independently by the organization? The organization will have to reduce their services or maybe even close, and then what? Those same people will still need to be served, and then who serves them? Does that increase calls to the sheriff to deal with someone who's homeless? Does that increase visits to the hospital for emergency treatment because health care is not available? Does that increase calls to public officers to intervene for mental health crisis cases? I feel like these decisions are potentially counterintuitive or maybe even counterproductive and could affect the same people, like the firefighters who spoke earlier, over a health crisis because someone can't get appropriate medical care because the respective funding was cut. So will the firefighters need more funding next year to hire to fill the gap in services that we're potentially creating by this budget? We are creating a culture of emergency instead of prevention. These budget decisions made by you have a domino or downstream effect, and not just for the nonprofit community. I urge you to reconsider removing key necessary funding to those providing services during this Hunger Awareness Month and every month. Like land development planning, this needs to be done holistically, and I hope you'll keep in mind the ramifications of what you decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ripper is next, followed by Carmen Wallace. Ms. Ripper, good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your support, your ongoing support. I'm a President CEO of the Council on Aging of Martin County, also known as the Kane Center. I'm a 48-year taxpayer of Martin County and a 55-year resident. I have seen a lot of change, but the one change I've seen consistent through the time I've lived here is the people that group together and get together and support those in need in our community, and that cannot change. Yes, we did agree to not ask for increases in funding as a non-for-profit 501c3 that provides senior resources to the community many years ago, but we just cannot fathom a cut. Imagine for a moment you were 81 years old, you were proud, you worked all your life, paid taxes, supported your community and those in need. But now you live alone, your health is failing, and you have exhausted all your savings. We hear this every day. You receive $1,700 maybe monthly from Social Security to pay your bills, but it is not enough. And you are too frail to get a job and have no transportation. Your rent just went up to $1,200. Now it's probably $1,800. You would be able to stay in your home if you receive some help. Community-based care, meals, laundry, help with bathing or transportation. Where do you turn? You don't want to be a burden to anybody. You turn to the Council on Aging of Martin County, who is the lead agency for the Florida Department of Elder Affairs via the Area Agency on Aging, and coordinates both federal and state grants to aid aging seniors. We have provided services to Martin County seniors for 50 years next year. Grants are received from the Older Americans Act, Alzheimer's Disease Initiative, Community Care for the Elderly, and Home Care for the Elderly. A requirement of these grants is that we receive 10% match funding on $1.7 million of these grants, or approximately $170,000 in matching funds. We've been awarded $99,908 for the last 15 years with no requested increase, and it only covers a portion of the 10% match. If we are unable to fill this match requirement, the federal and state grant terms would be questioned and would severely limit our ability to care for Martin County seniors who are trying to get by on less than sometimes $1,200 a month and less than $2,000 in assets. So these grants are multi-purpose. You're usually on a wait list to take advantage of these grants. And the services we provide, such as daycare, food and nutrition through our Meals on Wheels program, home health care for homebound seniors, et cetera, help deter nursing home placement. And we all know how expensive nursing home placement is. In fact, when I talked to Don and some of his staff, we really weren't sure. We haven't had a real increase in Medicaid contribution to nursing home pool for the state of Florida and Martin County. That's because we do a lot with other agencies to help seniors to avoid nursing home placement. So again, it's a pound of prevention. Prevention is equal to the cure, right? So I have 30 seconds. Maybe. I really request that you think about these cuts and how they impact the community, because it won't be the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Wallace, you are next, followed by Ms. Catherine Winters. Hello and welcome.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a 22-year resident of Martin County, and I understand this public outcry over raising taxes. The growth and cost of living is at record levels of Florida, and it is as well in Martin County. Our average working resident, and particularly retired seniors living on Social Security, are being forced out, and they're facing homelessness if they stay in our county. Both rents and the cost of home ownership are unattainable for many. I mean, our young working people have a better chance to maybe get 2 jobs or move out of the county just to even survive. But our older retired seniors cannot do this. When you hear stories of an 80-year-olds on Social Security being evicted when their rents are being raised higher than their Social Security check, it's heartbreaking. And for some, the only option is to live in their car or a tent. And sadly, we have almost no solutions in place in Martin County to address this. I mean, we can't simply say, here's a tent and good luck. So more than ever, Martin County needs to play a role with certain social services. We need to step up and continue to partner with some of these nonprofits and to help some of Martin County's longtime senior residents. I mean, many seniors have worked hard their entire life, but merely have Social Security to fall back on. We simply cannot just turn a blind eye to a generation who once took care of us once upon a time. So I ask that you scrub this budget carefully for excess and non-necessary spending, and not simply make blanket cuts where it feels easy or there isn't a strong lobby or advocate. Struggling seniors should not be the easy target. And so while I do understand the county has also experienced inflationary costs, there has to be some built-in economies of scale. And all of this record growth should be funded by the new growth, such as increased impact fees, and not off the backs of our longtime Martin County residents who are being crushed with the cost of living. With this record growth, the county is also receiving record sales tax revenue, property tax revenue, and services revenue. So I implore you that Martin County take a close, detailed line item scrub of spending, particularly increased departmental spending, and do the right thing with this budget and not simply the easy thing. The need for social services is only going to increase with growth in this county. And so for the county to propose a 50% across-the-board cut to grants and aids, that's easy, but it's not necessarily the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Miss Winters, you are next, followed by Mr. Michael Circus.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for being here and listening to us tonight. My name is Catherine Winters. Years ago, you appointed me to the Community Redevelopment Agency with the task of advising you and staff on projects that refresh our community areas, providing a pathway to revitalize these existing communities in order to have them once again be prime locations within our county. It is the state's CRA designation that allows and attracts grant monies the county then uses to increase funds for these projects. Time is of the essence as our program is under state deadline. CRA status does not last forever. The neighborhood advisory committees have their strategic plans in place, and the county wrote and the state implemented an entire chapter to our comp plan. This is important work, should have a permanent place in Martin County's budget. And someday, other parts of our county will have aged infrastructure and neglected businesses. Prioritizing redevelopment efforts will keep you ahead of the curve. One of my roles as the 2022 chair of the CRA board was to assist in compiling our annual report. Hope you all got a copy. I have copies. And that provides an overview of the projects and a message to the community which reads, the Martin County Community Redevelopment Agency is value-driven. We deliver value to our residents and businesses in the form of well-executed projects and programs, and these communities in turn derive value from those same activities. To the CRA, this means increasing property values, revitalizing the business climate, affording opportunities for mixed-use development, preserving and celebrating community character, and encouraging active participation and investment by citizens. In short, we demand value in all we do. Our projects, programs, and activities directly reflect our values. CRA improvements are not only beautiful, but functional, safety-oriented, purposeful, and true to the vision set before us by the communities themselves. We operate with a strong sense of community and benefit for residents, blending existing core values with present community needs. We balance the improvement of the economic and physical environment while celebrating the historic character that our CRA community treasures. Innovation, collaboration, consistency, sustainability, and stewardship are the words we have chosen to define our goals, and these are the concepts by which we measure success. I thank you for your serious reflection and continued support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Winters. Mr. Circus, you are next, followed by Mr. Rob Ranieri.
Good evening, Mike Circus from Palm City. I actually didn't intend to come and speak tonight, just wanted to come and listen. But earlier this afternoon, as I was scrolling through Facebook like most people do, I came across my Facebook memories a newspaper article from the TC Palm. And the article is entitled, Treasure Coast Government Spending Outpacing Population Growth, written by Lisa Broad. That was September 22nd, 2016. And in 2016, the report was a 15-year analysis from 2000 up to 2016's budget, where there was a 23% growth in population in 15 years in Martin County and 86% growth in spending. Again, this is 2016. Me being the inquisitive person I am, wanted to do a follow-up and see what we did in the last 7 years. In the last 7 years, we've had a 5.8% population growth and a 60.8% growth in expenditures. A couple lines in here. One of the quotes from that article, it's a disturbing and likely unsustainable dynamic. This is talking about our expenditures. Ironic to hear that unsustainable number since we've heard that a lot in the last several months. Another one of the quotes out of it, if you make a graph and extend it out 20 years, it's doubtful we could afford to live here anymore. Now, given the amount of nonprofits coming here concerned about their funding being slashed and obvious need for these nonprofits in our community, it makes me wonder, 20 years was a pipe dream. We're 7 years out, and we're looking at a 10-year goal to not be unaffordable, and that is starting to look unrealistic. I did a 22-year analysis. I went back to the year 2000. Martin County's population has grown 27.86%. That's from 126,000 to 162,000. Our government spending has increased 237%. I didn't believe it. I had to run the number over and over again. $190 million spent in 2000, 642 proposed now. To put into perspective, inflation was 78% in that same 22-year period. So if we only went with inflation, our $190 million budget in 2000 should be $343 million today, not 642. I'm not here to tell you what money to slash because, quite frankly, they're all pennies at this point and it's almost irrelevant. We got to get serious about where we're spending our money, how we're spending our money, not just at the end of the budget season, but every single day, because we're taxing people out of their houses. We're making it unaffordable to live here, and as much as we want to say these nonprofits are going to help, they're not going to keep up with it. They can't keep up with it. 237% increase in expenditure in 20 years, that's unconscionable. Where are we going to stop spending the funds? Where are we going to start cutting these dollars? And I'm not naive to believe that it's not an easy position. You guys are in a difficult position. Being leaders is hard. But something about being a leader, the hard part is sometimes you got to look at people and tell them, hey, listen, this is the hard truth. You don't want to hear it, but you need to hear it. Every time someone comes in here asking you for a new penny to spend, how many times have you asked them, have you dipped into your pocket yet? Have you made that happen? How much of the community dollars have you raised before you came here to ask us for this money? Because we don't have it. Plain and simple. Thank you.
Mr. Ranieri, good evening. You are going to be followed by Larry Witherup.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity. So I'm Rob Ranieri. I'm just about a 30-year Martin County resident. I'm also the CEO for House of Hope. House of Hope, as you know, our mission is to empower residents to overcome hunger and hardship, and we take that mission very seriously in Martin County. We are now reaching nearly 14,000 people every month with our programs and services, and that need continues to rise. So I'm here to talk to you tonight from that vantage point. The proposed cuts of $8 million alarmingly falls on the backs of our lower income neighborhoods and residents. It's disproportionate, certainly not shared adversity. What the right number is, if it's 8 million or more, that's not for me to say. My concern is what's on the list. A couple of examples, the grants and aid was pointed out, House of Hope's not on that list, and that's true. However, some of our key community partners are on that list. So the nonprofit group in Martin County, especially in human services, we're a very cohesive lot. So when you take money away from helping people succeed or council on aging, it has a ripple effect across all of us because we're serving the same vulnerable residents. In many cases, we're serving them in tandem, trying to help them get stable or get healthy or get housed or get fed. So those dollars have an impact. The money that you're talking about out of Parks and Rec, so a place like Wojciech Park, for example. So lower-income neighborhoods have much higher than normal levels of diabetes, heart disease, hypertension, obesity. All of those things are health-related illnesses. All of those things are positively impacted by opportunity for outdoor activities and exercise. If you ever walk through or go through any of the low-income neighborhoods, the parks are teeming with people of all ages. To take that resource away or to impact something like the Camino Trail in Golden Gate will have an adverse effect on our ability to get communities healthy. With health comes economic sustainability as well. So that's an important piece. The CRAs, most of those CRAs are attached to lower income residential neighborhoods. Those projects that you have funded through the CRAs over the years have had an absolutely remarkable impact. I urge residents to drive through and take a look. You've improved flooding, you've improved public health and safety, pedestrian crosswalks, street lights, sidewalks. All of these things have an impact on the quality of life in our lower income neighborhoods. All of them lead to better living conditions. So again, I would ask you all to take a hard look at where that money is coming from. Please don't make these cuts on the backs of our most vulnerable neighborhoods and residents. There has to be other ways for you to accomplish your goal without jeopardizing the progress we've made in lower income communities. I think that our nonprofits, our businesses, and our government work cohesively together to improve these neighborhoods. We need you to continue to support us and not take a step backward. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Mr. Withrop, you are next, followed by Charles Dame on Thistlewood. I can't read it, I apologize. Sorry, buddy. I recognize the face. This handwriting is a challenge. Sir, welcome.
Okay, my name is Larry Witherup. I'm from Greater Stewart area. I'd like to thank the county administration for listening to this, as well as all the commissioners. What I'd like to just reemphasize, inflation rate over the last couple of years has been no more than 6.5% per year. Our growth rate has been stated is less than 1% per year. If you combine those, you get 7.5% per year. We're looking at a budget increase of 14% for this year. If we get the reductions in, I think it comes down to 13%. And what have we done? Those reductions have gone after all of the small guys, the little things, the parks, the social work. And what we've done is we've ignored the 4 large areas of increase, because these are the big hitters who can defend themselves. The administration's up 26%. I don't understand. I suspect the administrator is going to get 25% raise, just as they've always gotten for the last 3 or 4 years. Fire rescue's up 13.4%, $7 million. I love the guys. They do a great job. Nobody's arguing with that. But Social Security is only up 8.7%. Everybody else here, the fire rescue 13.4, the sheriff is up 18%. 18. He's 3 times the inflation rate. And the capital spending is up 41%. Surely, with some foresight, we can go look and see what areas need to be pushed back a year or so. That's where the big numbers are. $20 million increase in capital, $16 million on the sheriff, $7 million fire rescue, $3.5 million in administrative. That's $47 million, and we've gone after the social workers and the parks and recs to try to get this budget balanced. That's not where we need to go. We need to go get the people who are up 13.4% and 18 and 41 and 26. That surely can be gradually increased. Maybe you already have a contract with fire rescue for 12%. I don't understand for increase. I don't understand why they're at 13.4%. Of the 30 top earned salaries in this county, 23 of them go to fire rescue. 23 out of 30 go to fire rescue. So, you know, they're not the little poor sisters. They are getting a lot of money. So let's go after the big guys and get the money where it sits, not from all the little, here's $40,000 here and $80,000 here. $47 million in those 3 areas. So that's where the cuts need to come from instead of social. I mean, I appreciate the people with social services defending themselves. The big guys aren't getting hit at all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, good evening. I'm Charles Dame. Oh, sure.
You will be followed by Mr. Richard Geisinger.
Great. I'm Charles Dame from Palm City. I've lived here for about 15 years. My mother and father moved here about 40 years ago. My mother worked at the Martin County Hospital as a volunteer in the Cancer Center for over 25 years. My dad's a Korean War veteran, 94, had some help from the Kane Center in some of those processes. What I'm here to talk about tonight is the Martin County Fire Rescue. My father's been saved, my mother's been saved, and I'm here because of the Martin County Fire Rescue people. How many of you in this room, how many of you here will give up that moment your child needed someone at the door to save their life? How many of you will just say, oh, let's not spend more money on the fire rescue because we don't need more safety and security in this area because we're not growing, we're not getting any bigger. You guys have done a great job keeping the community small, right? Right, so the community's getting bigger. Our fire rescue and our police departments need more money. This isn't an argument. It shouldn't be a discussion. The safety of our children and our family are at stake. I implore all of you to please raise that money for them and give them whatever they need to take care of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Geisinger, you're going to be followed by Miss Nikki Schoonover.
Hi, I'm Richard Geisinger, longtime Martin County resident. I'm not sure how long, but it's been a long time. First of all, I want to thank you all like everybody else does. This is a hard job, and you've got to make some hard choices, but I think that's what leadership is all about. I don't want to repeat numbers. I spoke to you in one of the past hearings, but we're asking, the original budget request was an increase, I think, of $80 million. Does that sound right? $80 million, 14.4%. And at the same time, again, not to be repetitive, our population grew only, a point a year. And I think that what Larry was saying earlier is that we're looking at the small fish instead of the big fish. I'm not sure what the big fish is. If you looked at my budget, I would know what the big fish are, and I would know where to get tight. It's not sustainable, number one. At the same time, our residents are paying approximately $10,000 a year more just to live the same way they lived in the last couple of years, just due to inflation and the cost of insurance and the cost of everything, including fuel. With the number of units, the math I did was the real estate assessments went up 12% this year, I think. And with the number of units that I've seen up and down US 1 and all over the place, I've never seen growth this significant in my life, and I've been here a long time. The tax roll and the tax base is going to increase significantly next year. And we also have to factor, are we going to lose something with our local control, with the state telling us where they can build certain things? I mean, that should be factored in. I was disappointed that most of these cuts, and I appreciate the cuts, don't get me wrong, but that they came from capital. In other words, we're just putting something off. We're not cutting our operations. So it seems like the growth of government is going like this, the population's going like this, and instead of trying to get a handle on this upper curve, we're just saying, okay, well, we'll put off the job that we're going to do on the road, which is really kind of what we needed. So I'd ask you all to take a look at the big fish and to look at going after the, not the capital, but the operations of the county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Schoonover, you are next, followed by Ms. Sherry Way. Hello and welcome.
Good evening. My name is Nikki Schoonover. I am a resident of Martin County for 45 years. I'm a business owner. I own a home and some property. My husband and I raised 2 daughters here in Martin County. I myself am involved in the community as a volunteer for a number of nonprofit organizations. And my husband and I have been supporting the Council on Aging for over 30 years. I am a volunteer leader and also a donor. I also have had the experience of being the primary caretaker for my aging aunt for the last 10 years. And I have depended upon the guidance and support in navigating her care, and also utilized the services of the Council on Aging to ensure her physical and well-being until she passed away at the age of 101 in February. This evening, as chairman or chair of the Board of Directors for the Council on Aging, my role is to influence each of you to vote in favor of continuing the county's aid in its entirety to the Council on Aging. However, I find it equally important to inform those in the audience of how the county's financial aid enables the Council on Aging to care for the most vulnerable seniors in our community. As my colleagues have stated, did you know that the average national Social Security check is about $1,700 a month? In Martin County, it is $1,200. How can seniors support themselves? Most of them only have that source of income. How do they make that amount stretch to support the basic needs? What would a senior do when they find themselves in such a situation? That's where the Council on Aging comes into play. For nourishment, do you know that we prepared and delivered, whether it's to a home, a senior's home, or a congregate meal site, over 20,000 meals in 1 year? Socialization, which is so important to seniors. We have those congregate meal sites. primary care for the individuals with oversight from our case management department. And those with dementia and Alzheimer, we care for them with compassion and dignity in our day club. And of recent, the homeless. We are receiving so many calls of those seniors that cannot afford to live in their homes, cannot afford to even rent the apartment that they're in. And when no one else fails, then we need to advocate as Council on Aging. We're not asking for a handout. We are just asking the commissioners to approve the moderate share of the matching dollars that we must receive for the grants from the state and federal organizations. It is really a very small amount in comparison to what it would take and spend.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Individual.
Thank you very much. Our next request to speak form is Ms. Sherry Way, followed by Greg Timer. You started the day with us, you're going to end the day with us.
Amen. There's a scripture in Proverbs that says that when the judge is listening to one man's argument, don't quote me on this, but when you're listening to one man's argument, it sounds all good, and then you hear the other side. So I don't envy your job, because you're hearing all kinds of sides. And I was going to speak specifically on my need for what I would like to hear the budget be, but I determined that because of all I am hearing and where you're sitting, I would just like to offer up a prayer that the Lord Jesus Christ would give you the opportunities and the spirit to make a wise decision. Thank you.
That's very nice, thank you. Greg? Greg Timer? Followed by Robin, I guess, it's a relative? Little sister, that's a relative. She's next. So Greg's first.
My name is Greg Timmer. While not a native, we lived on the Treasure Coast for 35 years, Martin County for 25, and I have raised 2 natives. 3 reasons we moved to Martin County: school system, sheriff's office, and fire rescue. I just retired from 30-plus years fire rescue down south. Also have 14 years law enforcement. I've stood in my garage holding my infant son, waiting to hear sirens. And it was Martin County, those guys out there, that showed up. I've also had them, the SO, on incidents involving my family, always professional. But bar none, the people in the audience need to understand this is one of the foremost fire rescue agencies in the state of Florida, if not southern United States. My agency was internationally accredited. I was a line officer. I've trained with many guys from here, one of the chief officers, and we're lucky for what we have. I'd hate to see any money cut. Me, myself, I'd actually like to see more money spent. I'd like to see a second helicopter for out west. I come from agency in Palm Beach County. We operate with 2 Trauma Hawks. They're in the air all the time. But that's what I'm here in support of fire rescue. I'd hate to see any cutting. I'm happy you guys signed off with IAFF on the contract. My agency cherry-picked from departments here in North.
Stop it.
We pay. Yeah, it's what it is. And we lose to farther south, Metro-Dade and things like that. But I'm happy you all signed off. You have a great agency. You've got a young agency. Your chief is very articulate, and he knows what he's talking about. But that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Followed by your sister, Robin Timer.
Timmer Rogers. Thank
Robin
you.
Timmer Rogers. One
Yes.
second, please. You are followed by Mr. Casey Cass.
Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing us to speak tonight. My name is Robin Timmer Rogers. I am a 29-year resident of Martin County. I come from a family of fire rescue, educators, and nurses. We were raised to serve. And I want to thank you for supporting fire rescue. That's why I'm here tonight. That's why my brother's here tonight. And also for allowing Chief to come and speak so eloquently to the points of why he asks for what he asks and the reasons why it supports the community. So fire rescue is there in our need in the moment, as we've been hearing tonight, of dire need. They're also there to support and build relationships within the community. I was at Port Salerno Elementary today and heard about an upcoming field trip over to Station 30, the Port Salerno station. Also, last week, I heard about how Station 21 on Map Road hosted the Boy Scouts. So these individuals are not just out there supporting us in our times of need, they're also building relationships with our future generations, with our children. They're role models and leaders. However, as Chief pointed out, and we've been hearing, so often we train and give experience to new fire service individuals, but then we turn them over to the southern departments. And we need that to stop. So I appreciate you so much for supporting fire rescue and allowing that, hopefully, to stop in the future. And again, thank you to Chief for giving us such a great explanation tonight. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Cass, before you begin, I have one request to speak form after Mr. Cass. Anyone else that's looking to address us, now's the time. You can come forward and fill the form out afterwards. Anyone outside in the lobby, there's a 7-second delay. If you're interested in addressing us, we need to have you come up now. We'd like to keep the process moving. Mr. Cass, good to see you. Good evening.
Casey Cass, have a local business. Just wanted to say I appreciate almost all of you. So I just wanted to put that out there. I came here with a thought that I would speak about something, but listening to everybody, it's a lot of the stories and arguments are very, very compelling to make you stop and think. So what I'm not hearing is anything other than a choice, a budget cut or a services cut. And what I'm wondering is why we're not looking at an incremental increase in taxes over a period of time to achieve a certain goal, some very cuts of some sort, and the two of them to get there. So it's always been my impression you come here to talk and really all the deals already made, and once we're done talking, you're going to do what you were going to do. But what I'd like to implore you, or what I'd implore you to do, is actually go back to the drawing board and try and find some out-of-the-box solutions. Every one of those things, I don't want to see elderly people without things. I don't want to see people without services or our lower-income people unable to get medical services. All of those things are amazing, and they're part of what makes Martin County, Martin County. I came here to fight about the CRAs, but really the fight is about Martin County. That's what it's about. And this is what we need to focus on. So I'm going to ask that you don't even make a decision tonight, that you go back and dig into it. I'm sorry, but that's what I'm asking, Mr. Campy.
I appreciate it tonight.
Well, then let's stay here all night and start looking at other solutions besides one or the other. There should be a combination of the two in some way, some fashion, because it's been very well demonstrated here that the budget is not matching our growth. Maybe we need to make those impact fees massive for the people that want to come in here and stomp on our town. Let them pay a lot of money to offset what they're doing. That's what we should be thinking. I know, it's boring you, right? But anyway, I know I was wrong. But anyway, I'm asking you to do that, and if we have to stay here all night into tomorrow, I don't care. Let's figure it out and make it right for as many people in our county as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. MB Cons? You are next, followed by our last request to speak for Miss Susie Hutchinson.
I'm Mary Beth Cons. I'm with the Port Salerno NAC. I did send all of you a memo this afternoon. I am here for the CRAs and to say that we do have the best fire and rescue agency around, but it just is a huge hit, and I don't understand why you can't just do that 2.5% decrease across the board, including some salaries of the people in this room. It's a little bit much. You are going to be jeopardizing the progress of 6 different neighborhoods by cutting the CRAs. They are a limited time, like it's been said already. And I think you got to look at their projects, and you got to look at the disintegrating infrastructure that we have in Martin County. And sewer is a big, big part of that because of where we're on the water. At least address the people who are on the water near a creek that runs into the water. So a lot of it has been said. The charity thing, there's a lot of charities out there. I don't suggest getting involved in individual tiny charities. We got to look at that as a group effort. We got to relook at the whole budget and cut operating costs, not just capital costs, or deferring the capital's costs. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Hutchinson is our last request to speak form. We will then take a 10-minute break for closed captioning. Someone's been typing everything that you've said thus far, and we will come back for our deliberation. Ma'am?
Thank you very much.
You're
Susan
closing it out.
Hutchinson, the CEO at Helping People Succeed. I wasn't going to say this, but I think it's important for everybody to know that the not-for-profits that receive funding from the county go through a fairly rigorous process to receive funds. We have to, in fact, prove everything that we say we're going to do. So I hope I get those a little bit extra. Helping People Succeed, we're hoping that you will, in fact, fund us the full amount. Our job is to create taxpayers. That's what we exist for, and that's what we do with the dollars that you have awarded to us. We have been in business for 60 years. I haven't been there all that time, but pretty much of it. The funding we receive is really to build core skills that are needed to become working, contributing members of the community. The skills are attained through community-based volunteering and training. We also provide job placement for many, many folks. We work with people who have disabilities, more significant disabilities. We work with people who, without our assistance, will sit home receiving dollars from the government for the rest of their lives. Each person we put to work, vocational rehabilitation shows that for every dollar you spend on employment, $17 comes back into the community. They also are not on government benefits anymore. They become an everyday person just like you and I. And that's what we have to offer. A lot of our training is done through volunteer work. We don't just sit at our place and talk. We provided, so far since October 2022, 5,138 hours volunteer hours. We've done that at House of Hope Thrift Shop, House of Hope Pantries, Meals on Wheels, Florida Oceanographic Project, and many more in Martin County. I provided you with a list of places that we have employed people, one or more, starting, of course, with the Martin County Clerk of the Court. We very much appreciate what you do to help us. There are many, many different kinds of organizations and businesses where we are able to place people. And again, we create taxpayers. We're not taking your dollars and sitting around doing charitable things. We are taking every dollar and helping a person become an everyday tax-paying, contributing member, and that basically helps with the diversity in our community as well as fiscal integrity. So we thank you very much. I can't believe that I haven't been beeped yet, but
Still got time.
no, very seriously, we take our commitment to the community and the job that we do for you all, for the commission, very seriously, and we appreciate you very much, and I'm glad I'm sitting here. So thank you very much for your help.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. All right, everybody, like I said, we will take a 10-minute closed captioning break and return. know everyone's having such a great time and want to hang out here for the rest of the evening. But that being said, appreciate all of the public comment, appreciate those of you that are still with us, both here in person and at home. You heard from our staff, you heard from the fire chief, you heard from each other, and so now it comes back to the board, my colleagues, to sort of brainstorm a little bit, just to clarify some of the public comment that we heard about going back and revisiting this one more time. There's a process. I think Ms. Manning had mentioned that the process is set by state statute. We had a budget workshop several weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, we had the first of 2 budget hearings. Today is the final budget hearing. How the process works is that during the workshop, staff has an opportunity to bring their proposed budget forward. That's where we had seen and asked, the first series of cuts was $5.6 million, Mr. Donaldson? $5.8 million cut. And then we left it at that. We went back and forth with some voting. Then at the last hearing, which was 2 weeks ago, we had a discussion amongst ourselves during the meeting and requested of our administrator and his staff. Most of the heavy lifting is done by budget, Ms. Manning and Ms. Murley, and their team to cut an additional 7.3
Yeah, 7.3.
7.3 million to bring us in at a millage that would have a 0 increase. Suggestions were made to us during the last 2 weeks. Public had sent comments in, and we each had an opportunity to meet with our administrator and our staff. Now, there's something interesting in Florida that many of you know, but a lot of you might not know. The Sunshine Law in Florida means that we are not allowed to speak to each other outside of a public meeting. So if it sounds like we're hearing each other's suggestions for the first time, we are hearing each other's suggestions for the first time. The administrator and our staff are allowed to hear the suggestions. However, they are not allowed to tell us what each of us are thinking, because that's telegraphing, also a jailable offense. And all 5 of us take that very, very seriously. So right now is the first time if my colleagues have shared suggestions with our administrator, different than my suggestions that I might have shared with my administrator, we're hearing them for the first time. So I have no idea what my colleagues are thinking. If they think that the budget as presented was fine, if they think the budget as presented with the cuts is fine. And so the other portion that we heard is that, let's go back to the drawing board. Tonight is the night. Now, there have been many occasions. It is currently 7:23. Last time when we had the hearing, we were here till 9 p.m., which is fine. We start the process. We have been here since 9 a.m. having our regular commission meeting, but we specifically start, I think by statute, the meeting can start no sooner than 5:05 p.m. to allow working people to participate in the process. We can get into certain things. Some of the suggestions that were made are not legally permissible, because there's different pots of money, and I'm not a financial expert on this, but I've heard this from our staff plenty of times. You can't say, well, take it from over there and put it here and do that, because there's very specific channels of where the money can come from. A lot of it is philosophical, especially when we get into the parts of grants and aids. You heard just as many people say we think we should keep them, versus many people that said we think it should not be the government's responsibility to participate in that. That's a personal opinion of all of ours. But some of the cuts or suggested cuts legally cannot necessarily be made. Some of them are related or tied back to a match of a grant. You heard a couple of the not-for-profits say that, but we also have that same restriction. We would not want to cut money from a department that would eliminate the grant match, that would then force us to return or not be eligible for an extra $1 million. So some of the things that will happen now, I find it my responsibility, especially as chair, to sort of educate and go through and inform the folks that are interested enough to be here or watch. So we'll do that as much as possible without dragging the meeting out till 10 o'clock at night. So with that sort of a leeway, intro, I would then open it up to my colleagues, which is also the responsibility of the chair, is to encourage a healthy, respectful conversation or debate. And we will begin with Commissioner Hurd.
Yeah, budgets are extremely complicated things. It didn't begin 2 weeks ago. It began in April with the development of our capital improvement plan, and then was our initial millage rate was set in June. And I want to talk about the big drivers. And those were established by June. And those were the things that caused our staff to create the budget that they created for us. And the first big driver was the firefighter contract, which called for a 12% salary increase in the first year. I didn't vote to support it because it was unsustainable, but 4 commissioners did. Then the sheriff asked for the same increases for his staff. I didn't support that because it wasn't sustainable, but 4 commissioners did. So now we have contractual obligations for our 2 biggest unions. And those contractual obligations in next year alone are $22 million in operational budget, not in capital. That's $22 million in contractual obligations that is the part of the framework of the budget that our staff created. So when you start asking for cuts above that, we first of all know that you're not going to touch $22 million of increases from last year to this year. That leaves the rest of the budget. We've heard from residents about their escalating insurance costs, and man, we're empathetic because our insurance costs are ridiculous. Our insurance costs went up to, I think, $25 million this year. We know about insurance increases. You talk about electrical bills. We know about electrical bill inflation too. You talk about fuel inflation. No one knows more about fuel inflation than the county does. So you're stacking up these drivers on our budget. You start out with 22 for the sheriff and the firefighter budgets, and then you stack on these other inflationary costs, and all of a sudden you got a budget that's out of control. And that's what our budget is now. But you're asking us to decimate critical parts of our budget, and I am loath to take the kind of cuts in some departments that our administrator is advocating for, because I don't think we'll be able to catch up with those. And that's initially. And also, as a number of you talked about, increase the impact fees. New development needs to pay its fair share. Well, I couldn't agree more. We just happened to have an impact fee presentation this afternoon, and we haven't increased our impact fees since 2012. And that was after the recession, so our impact fees at that time were low. And now the state legislature has capped our ability to assess fair impact fees. Our transportation impact fees are our highest. We calculated the impact fee for a house, and it was $5,500. The legislature has capped our ability to assess an impact fee at $4,200. So I would love to assess impact fees that are fair, but the legislature is capping our ability to do just that. So we have some very serious constraints that practically we'd all love to solve. And it is in an easy fix, and these are not easy fixes.
Is that it?
That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Hetherington.
I just want to start out by saying I could not be prouder to be a resident of Martin County than I am just sitting here today, because this is the way a process is supposed to work, is that people participate, they get to talk about what's important to them, and after all, they're your tax dollars. Everybody that got up and spoke, they're your dollars, so I couldn't be prouder to be a resident. And although this is not easy, I'm really proud and very impressed with the process, even though I'm sure that, we could have been out of here last year by 5:30 p.m. So I just took a couple notes on some of the comments and some of the projected scenarios by Mr. Donaldson. And thank you for putting that together. So the comments I heard earlier were that the impacted residents, seniors on fixed income, and those who are on fixed income are the folks that will get hit the most by a significant tax increase. And that is something that's not sustainable. We have people that are hanging on by a thread to afford their homes. And yes, we heard, and those social services are such a valuable part. And I agree, they provide a gap in services. Those that are really going to get hit the most by these tax increases are those fixed income residents and seniors. What I have heard over and over from residents is just prioritize. Prioritize. Public safety is, I've never had someone come up and say, it's not a priority for me. But what they don't like is, when residents in, say, District 2 or, may not want to pay for as much landscaping that we have in, particular area that is not sustainable. We saw mowing and landscaping, and some of these costs went up significantly in our budget. So I think it's about next year for us commissioners. We all pick priorities at the beginning of the year, but I think, and we haven't done it since I've been a commissioner at 5 years, that we start the year with strategic planning. We sit down, so rather than do this at the end, we start by prioritizing what's important to us, because there are those of us that do prioritize CRAs and do prioritize public safety and do want to participate in helping our community. But I cannot sit here when we started with a 5-point-something increase, and now we have a 2.67% or
0.6.
so, but we have to be cognizant of the costs, and how that impacts every single resident. So I'm just going to go through Mr. Donaldson's list and point out a couple things that I think that would particularly decimate some of our departments, and that would be something that we could probably work around this year. I think with the $300 million, and I want to clarify, and Mr. Donaldson, maybe you could, I just ask you a question. In the line item that is septic to sewer, let's see, utilities that you have in your proposed cuts, those would obviously impact some of our matching funds, but is it your interpretation, which it is, I believe it's mine, that the state has about $300 million in DEP or grants funds that they are not requiring a full match, that this would not impact the program in itself?
We would be relying on those grants this year. A number of them were on today's agenda for application so that we could continue, first of all, the projects that are slated for the 3 projects that would be Old Palm City and Rocky Point still have their matching funds that we've assigned to them. The Port Salerno, we're looking to get that 100% without a match, but we still have the matching funds that we have for that. So so the idea we would have the next year's projects would be using those grants from the Indian River Lagoon and go after unmatched funds to carry us over for a year, perhaps, or however long the board can sustain it to continue to fund, to have the septic to sewer program, but rely on unmatched grants.
Thank you. And I'm hearing from, Indian River Lagoon Council, hearing from the Adam Blaylock at DEP, it looks that the state has the $300 million this year and will likely have that $300 million next year for some of these projects. So I'm just going to go through the list. I'm not interested in and this is in your budget cut scenario. I'm not interested in just completely decimating some of the capital improvements because it's going to have to be done at some point. So the grants and aids, I'm not interested in the optional line item at the top. Parks, the CIP for sheriffs, public works, public building CIP, fire building CIP. I think that that defers it. It takes it too long to recover. So if we were able to do this utilities and solid waste and coastal, how would that reduce the currently proposed budget?
That would, if you just did those two, give me a second here. I have a list of. You would have a 1.273% millage increase if you just did those two. So that would cut $4 million out of the. What was that? It would be a 1.273% increase.
With utilities and
Coastal.
coastal.
It would be a $4 million reduction.
And if you did utilities, coastal, and the proposed CRA this year, and by the way, did you intend for that to be this year?
So
only,
the question was asked to me, and I said the intent is this year, but I couldn't make any promise. It simply is. It's a legislative decision on your part, and so I think I said it could be 1 year or it could be permanent. So I think those that heard permanent heard that in the most negative way, but I was just trying to give an honest evaluation that, I obviously don't control the ultimate policy decision, but simply, this would be a year. I will say that whatever cuts we make, typically of this magnitude, you may not be able to replace it 100% in 1 year, or certain elements may be replaced 100%, but other ones may take longer. So it depends on, obviously, the economy and growth and taxes, and then, of course, your legislative authority to make the decision.
And truly and honestly, some of the older historic neighborhoods, those are this very same people that are also going to get impacted the most by a tax increase. So those two items alone, it would reduce it by 1 point.
It would reduce it to, it would go from 2.6. I can't give you the actual difference. It would subtract it. It would go from 2.607, which is currently now, down to 1.273 if you just did the coastal and septic to sewer.
Which doesn't get us to flat, but I'm just going to reserve my questions for later. But
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll.
Start it off. Anyone else? Commissioner Jenkins.
So, I have no interest in touching grants and aids. I have no interest in damaging the Kane Center and the good work they do. I don't know if anybody in this room has ever had the opportunity to go over and see Ms. Rupper's program over there, but some people don't believe tax money. This is a vital part of our community. and to jeopardize her complete funding over us trying to, it's not. And Susie's helping people succeed. Please get involved with that. That is, like she said, it's converting people that are dependent on our tax dollars to taxpayers. Yes, I think next year, even though we talked about this about 4 years ago and decided it wasn't our job to pick winners and losers, and we, I think, kicked that to staff, if you remember correctly, isn't that? Anyway, maybe we should revisit it and see. I mean, honestly, there is some on that list that probably wouldn't miss the pittance that we send them at the end of the day. But I'm going to draw my line in the sand with grants and aids. I mean, it's just simple as that.
Well, that
wasn't on.
extra.
I realize that, but I'm just, I don't get often to get riled up here. Let me get a little riled up. So,
Please.
yeah.
Got it.
Anyway, septic to sewer. I mean, I'll do what I got to do to get us as low as we've heard from the people. We've got to do something. I'll do whatever I got to do, but I'm going to go down kicking and screaming, right? So I want to remind everybody that I think it was the whole majority that our septic to sewer program was one of their top priorities. And we're cutting one of our top priorities. And it's not only used for grants, but it also helps us, I believe, with our direct connect, right? To subsidize the connection fees for our direct connect program. It helps buy down some costs to the consumer to make it affordable. So it's not just grants and aids, but it is what it is. And CRAs, I know at least 4 of us up here, every year we go through the process of putting our priorities on display and prioritizing what we feel we should be focused on. And I believe, at least the majority of us, CRAs has always been it. And what the CRAs went through with another commission majority and decimated. And I don't know if anybody, did you all happen, please watch Susan's presentation yesterday to the CRA board on what the CRA has accomplished, what it's got going on, and what it's projecting in the future. She did a fantastic job, and it really shows where we've come from in a very short period of time. And now, we're talking about it being low-hanging fruit. Again, it's only $1 million, but it's still, and yes, we still have slightly more than we had last year. And I'll choke on it. I will, but I'll do it without, with a fight. But anyway, that didn't make any sense, and I'm sorry. But CRAs are my thing, right? We've done some wonderful stuff here. We've driven up property values, and we're taking it from them. So anyway, I think this sounded so much better when I was thinking about it.
You're doing fine. Commissioner Smith.
Okay, Earl. So I took a lot of notes like everybody probably did through the course of the conversation. And they're going to be a little bit all over the place because my notes didn't fit all in order on the piece of paper I wrote them on. First and foremost, I think relative to the volunteer firefighter discussion, years and years ago, we had an incident in Rio that cost the county a fortune, and it was based on a volunteer firefighter system that went wrong, very wrong. And it was due to lack of training. It was due to lack of understanding and knowledge. At the end of the day, it cost us, and it was certainly one of the motivating forces to get away from that program and move to a full-time, incredibly well-trained team that we have today. And I make no apologies for that. I really don't. It doesn't matter who's in the room and who's saying what about what. I remember years and years ago, we had an individual come from one of our neighborhoods in one budget cycle year and was adamant about cutting costs in fire rescue, and that we were overfunded fire rescue. 2 or 3 years later, that same individual came back, and he had died at home in his house, and fire rescue showed up, brought him back to life, and he was back in front of us telling us, do everything you can do to humanly possible save every aspect of fire rescue. Just interesting dynamic of an individual who was adamant about doing one thing one period of time, and post those services came back and said something entirely different. And a lot of what I want to say is pertinent to that kind of conversation that makes Martin County what it is. There is a culture in Martin County that makes us different, and most people that come to the podium and talk about Martin County, whatever the issue may be, they'll start off by telling you how many years they've lived here, or when they moved here, why they moved here, what they like about here. And if you boil down a year's worth of public commentary, everybody talks collectively about the culture. Even the board talks about the culture. Harold, who hardly ever says anything, just talked about the culture of the CRA program. It is a pride in our community that neighborhoods have taken on, that they fight for their neighborhood. They fight for what they believe, they fight for what they think is important, and they're willing to stand up and say it. The benefits to our community are significant in terms of what those individuals fight for. The improvements that happen in those neighborhoods have drastically changed already, and in Susan's commentary, I guess, Harold, that would talk about that, but the improvements start to shape and form the culture of your community in terms of what it looks like, or what it is. The value of your investment, the value of your community is also dramatically impacted by those improvements. And I venture to say every one of us in the room, including myself, have benefited from the gains in property values that we have seen because of the culture of our community. There's probably no mistake that any of us live here. We all had choices if we moved to Florida at some point in our life to pick one of 67 counties. And for some unknown reason, unless you were born here, we decided to come here for a particular reason or a group of different reasons. And at the end of the day, it is the culture of this community, it is the value of all of the programs in this community that make us what we are why we're here. And we could certainly debate the pros and cons of all the commentary tonight, but at the end of the day, it still boils down to we are all the benefactors of living in a great place, and there's a lot that goes into that. Sarah talked about the process in terms of when it starts and how it starts. We do it all year long. All 5 of us are out in the community constantly, and we get input from everybody, whether it's in Publix in the aisle, or it's on the phone, or it's through an email. Usually it's Publix, and you get that stare from somebody in Publix, and you know it's going to come to you. But honestly, it's my favorite place to have a conversation because you get the best conversations in Publix. I don't know why. It could be Walgreens, but it's Publix. But there's a reason. When I first ran for office, I understood that culture. I understood that there was an underpinning of this community that made it special. And it was worth fighting for. One of our speakers said, the fight about Martin County, I think it's the fight about or for Martin County. I really do. I think this conversation, the dialogue with our public tonight and 2 weeks ago is really about the fight for our culture of our community and what makes us different, what makes us special. What do we do when there's a crisis? We actually do band together and we fight it. We go to Congress, we go to the legislature and tell them we don't want any more blue-green algae and stop doing it, and we're making a difference. But all of that costs money, and it takes an entire community to get there. It takes a great staff that is well-trained, well-funded, well-versed to fight for the things that make us the place we are. I plan on, as long as you allow me to do this, I plan on approaching my job the way I've approached it since day one in this job. And that is to fight for Martin County, not about Martin County. It's not fighting about it, it's for it. Some of our commissioners talked about our nonprofits. And there's a debate, clearly, there's been some discussion about whether we should or we shouldn't. Most of the nonprofits that we fund in our Grants and Aids program were in place, being funded before I stepped into office. That's been 23 years. We've added one or two here or there. Some things have kind of shifted a little bit, but generally speaking, that has been a long-standing practice of Martin County to participate with those nonprofits that make a difference in the quality of life and the culture of Martin County. We have had commissioners that didn't necessarily think that was the best thing for Martin County. They're not sitting up here anymore. I can't say that's the only reason they're not sitting up here, but from the people I've talked to over the last 2 weeks, and those are long-term residents, long-term families, long-term community activists, long-term people engaged in our community, they all had a very consistent kind of commentary about our county. Protect what's important in Martin County. Fight for the things, continue to fight for the things that make us special. When I took office, we had parks that had closed signs on them in Palm City. There was a former county commission that broke the backs a little bit of the Parks and Rec department and closed them. The public hated it. You've got open space, you've got park space, and we've got closed on it. And we fought really hard to change that and turn that around. And we have. We have a very, very productive, high-producing, high-functioning Parks Department that delivers great quality service to our residents. Culture, that is the culture of our community. We put a high, high value on our Parks Department. Interestingly enough, there's been commentary about the businesses that we operate in our parks. Our Parks Department came in with a 0% increase this year in their budget because some of the components of our park system are making money and they're able to plow those dollars back in and not increase the taxable value or the taxable increases in that department's budget. For years, I've heard people say Martin County should run the county more like a business. You should think more like a business. You should operate like a business. But you don't. You're government. Here we have a department that's operating very much like a business and operating in a very effective way and producing an incredible product. And the dialogue is different and today. I'm very proud of our Parks Department. I think they do a tremendous job. They serve thousands and thousands of individuals in our community, and I have no regrets about how we manage that. One of the speakers got up tonight and said, don't touch our veterans. We should be doing more for our veterans. I couldn't agree more. I was one who made the motion back when we added them to our Grants and Aid program, and we put $10,000 up to help our homeless veterans out in the woods. We didn't have to do it. Didn't have to. But there's not a person that's in the Veterans Administration or the Veterans Program that will tell you that that was a mistake. That was a huge benefit to our community as a whole and to our veterans. CRA program, as I said earlier, a huge success. Septic to sewer. Some of our commissioners have already said tonight we had over $50 million worth of requests in grants in our septic to sewer program. If we were discharging and if we were having a meltdown in our river, this room would be filled with people telling us do everything humanly possible to fix the river and save the river and do everything you can to make it better. We have finally gotten a board in all the years I've been doing this that agree that everything that we can do within our power and our staff can do to make it better, we will do. We had millions of dollars worth of matching grant dollars 2 weeks ago on our agenda prior to the last budget discussion. If you didn't have those matching dollars and we gave those matching dollars back, a lot of the environmental things that we do here that we do better than I think almost anybody in the state of Florida does would go away. That's all part of the culture of Martin County. I remember talking to a congressional member one time that was running for office again, and he described us as a bunch of green Republicans in Martin County. And I laughed and I said, "You're absolutely right. That's exactly what we are." And I don't make any apologies for that. We are a special, different place. And to the person that has spoke tonight about their various issues that are important to them or think that we ought to cut, it is a very holistic process we take to get where we are tonight. Our staff works on it. They put hours and hours and hours into it. We as county commissioners listen all year long to input from the community. And we make value judgments ourselves as to what we think are important. And all of us come from a very different place on our values. But at the end of the day, generally speaking, the decisions that are made by the five of us up here on behalf of you are for the best interest of the community. And yeah, they're expensive, no question. There's a lot of money involved in this stuff. But if we fail on any one of them, there is a group in town somewhere along the line that will say, that was a bad decision. You can't fail. And I am one that believes very strongly in not failing. I just don't buy into no. No is not acceptable. We need to do the best we can do with what you all give us to do and make sure the outcomes are the very best they can. I don't know that there's a presentation that we ever get up here where the five of us don't look at the staff or the presentations that are being made and go, "Oh my God, I can't believe you just did all that. How did you pull that off? How did you make that happen?" Because we got great staff. We got great people. And you all demand of us to deliver very high quality work. So, look, our fire rescue budget is expensive. It's first class. We have the best of the best working out there, and a lot of speakers got up there and said that tonight. Our sheriff's department budget is very expensive. But I would say with our sheriff's department, there's not a presentation the sheriff doesn't get up here that everybody applauds for him when he walks out. And number two, we live in an incredibly safe community. And I venture to guess that most of you sitting in the room and the people who were in the last meetings or last budget hearings room would also agree to that. We get to move around this community pretty freely and get to do pretty much anything we want to do without the fear really of anything messing with us. And again, I make no apologies for funding that, and I've told the sheriff on every single budget that he asks for, we will figure out how to make it happen. Because he says in the beginning of all of his budget speeches, "I don't take this lightly, and I don't take your position and your decisions lightly either." And I agree with him. So I'm willing to listen to what the board proposes. I am very concerned about our nonprofits and what we do fund and the culture of our community and what those cuts, if they were to be part of the decision of how do we get to a number. But I'm also equally concerned about every other department, everything else that we do, and how we get to that number. So I'm willing to listen to everybody else, but at least philosophically you understand where I'm coming from. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay. You've heard from four of the five of us. Let me just cut right to the chase with me. I think the system worked. It's worked several times this year already where the public hears something, they agree or they disagree, and they show up. Now, there's a couple of things you hear about that. Well, you're making votes based on T-shirts. I'm not. You have taken the time to be here. You've taken the time to write us, contact us, whether it's in person, one-on-one, or an email or a phone call. I pay attention to that. We had a couple of issues that are happening in Palm City involving apartments and things like that. The room filled up with people. That's people, that had taken time out of, that was in the morning, taken time to come to their elected representatives and say, this is how we feel. So like Commissioner Hetherington, I appreciate that you came here. You could be somewhere else tonight. So, and I hear you. 2 weeks ago, the group came forward and said, times are tough. I call it the 3 I's. You ready? Inflation, interest rates, and insurance. The 3 I's. We're all struggling from those. So when you hear those things, the public comes forward. Now, I was one of the people that mentioned at the last meeting that as far as back as I remember, and I asked some staff that have been here for a long, long time during budget hearings, it's always been sort of surprising to me, no one attends. No one. There are no emails after the budget is approved. There are no voicemails. And I'm not saying you have to flood us with stuff, but that meant that either people's lives were going okay and they felt that the system was working its way out. But when people do show up, it's a different ballgame. And so I don't put my finger up and say, well, 300 people showed up. But each of you that are here probably represent 10 or 20 or 30 exponentially that could not come and feel the same way. I have never run into anybody who said, yes, raise my taxes. I'm perfectly fine with that. So that being said, that's the backdrop. So 2 weeks ago, they came forward, a whole bunch of you, some of you are here tonight again, and we heard from hundreds of people in emails. Friends of mine, people I didn't know, some were very compelling emails, very specific, like written by, very tuned in people, and some were, like, as you might imagine, terribly mean-spirited, which is we get it. But I heard it. So we asked our staff to go back and give it another look. I mentioned earlier that the original number cut from the proposed budget, which was staff using different parameters and their thought process to create that original budget, which was just that, a proposed budget, came back and they said, look, this is the proposed budget. If everything's perfect, we would leave it alone, but we have a little $5.6 million cuts if you want to take those. All of us said, take them. Then we got into an argument, because we haven't even mentioned it tonight, that based on state statute, you might need 3 votes to pass a budget. You might need 4. Okay? And so with that in mind, we asked Mr. Donaldson to go back with his team and cut another 7.3 to give us a flat millage. And I was one of those people. I heard you. A flat millage is not going to make your lives financially better, but at least it's a step in the right direction. You put us here to represent you, and I heard that. We heard it. So with that in mind, I will represent you. I had a chance, like I mentioned, to sit down with Mr. Donaldson, and he took, may I borrow this?
Yes.
He took out this spreadsheet that he had created, and there's all different lines on there. And now if it was just he and I sitting there and my opinion was going to be final, we'd have been done. But like I mentioned, I don't know what my colleagues are thinking. Things that are easily cut with a red pen for me might not be for them, and things that are a little more important to me might be willing to be sacrificed for them. So I went about asking Mr. Donaldson line by line, okay, did you speak to the department that this is involved in? What's the ramifications of taking these numbers off? He says, okay, this one we can handle, this one's a thing. The $3.5 million for septic to sewer, you heard everyone talk about septic to sewer, which we don't really want to set ourselves all the way back on that or lose grant money. But my question to Mr. Donaldson and his response to me, and he's sitting right here to correct me if I'm wrong, is we can work it out. We can work through it. You heard him say it earlier, we have grant money in place, we got enough thing in the pipeline. 1 year of sort of like chopping it off is not going to be catastrophic. There's 3.5. There was one for coastal or something, was $50,000. No, there was a 500, but then there was a little one for environmental or something, $50,000, whatever. But he was putting them all on there. Then we got to the end, and he says, look, I've met the number, but I also have a request for all of our not-for-profits to take a 50% cut. I had spoken to him prior to him sending out a letter to the not-for-profits, but I was also the first of the 5 commissioners to meet with him, so I can't say to him, don't do that. It's going to just put a terrible ripple through the community, in my opinion, unnecessarily, because there's 4 others. This comes up every couple of years. I started in 2008 in the recession, and all we were doing is slashing and slashing and slashing. And look, I've been in companies like you. I've worked in small companies that I've owned, and I've worked for multi-billion-dollar companies where I was just one of thousands of employees. But when the boss said the budget is the budget, it's the budget. It's not like, maybe I'll think about it. I don't know. Maybe we're going to do something else. I've done it at home. I'm not rich. Sometimes my wife and I have extra money. Sometimes we have just the right amount of money, sometimes not enough. And we did, like all of you did, we figured it out. But I have colleagues that all of our opinions are going to make a difference. And I don't envy Mr. Donaldson or before him, Ms. Krista, because he's got 5 different people representing different constituencies with different life experiences and different philosophies, and he's got to somehow blend them all together. So with that in mind, here are my actual suggestions. I gave them to him ahead of time so as to not blindside him. Some of them were appearing on the PowerPoint. Urban tree canopy audit for $80,000. I'm pretty sure we can wait on an urban tree canopy audit. There's 80. Street lights and other continued maintenance, $236,000. I get it. You know, in a perfect world, if none of you showed up and I seen a line item for street lights, I get it that, you know, we talked about it at the last meeting. There's maintenance that we've taken over from FDOT and there's things like that. And nobody wants to have big, vast stretches of dark roads. But I'm pretty sure under the set of circumstances, that one, in my opinion, can wait. Mowing and landscaping is a little trickier. No one wants to be driving back to their home and see the median at 3 feet tall. I think it could be cut on a much less frequent basis. And if it was a little bit taller, I've approached into Palm City and looked at the grass and the median and it looked a little higher than I would have preferred, but I didn't lose my mind over it. And if it's something really dramatic, I've always felt this in a couple of different areas, switch it from grass to rocks. Never have to take care of it again. Switch those mowing areas that are tricky or expensive, spend the expense one time, make them rocks. Not concrete, it starts to look too, urban or whatever, but rocks I think are okay. You ever been to Arizona? You ever been to out to the Southwest? Everything is a xeriscape. Everything is rocks and crushed gravel and boulders. Do that.
Rocks are big bucks, just saying.
They're big bucks once. I get it. So I'm just saying, these are just suggestions that I see on the thing. So those 3 things are $588,000. I would not touch the grants and aids simply for the fact that we have an advantage. Some of you might know some of these not-for-profits. You might have volunteered, donated your money. We had one speaker say, well, what about the other ones? What about the ones that I like? That list is very specific. We battle each name to be put on or to be taken off. And those folks that are on there have a return on investment, whether you are philosophically opposed to donating taxpayer dollars to these entities. The return on investment is that if the Council on Aging did not do what they do, we would pay it as taxpayers some other way. If what Susie Hutchinson said, I thought was remarkable. Those individuals that her organization caters to are costing us money. She is turning them into sort of fun. Now, never mind the beautiful fact that she's taking people whose lives might have just been headed into just institutions or a burden on their elderly parents. She's turning them into productive citizens and taxpayers. And then each of the people on that list, I feel the same way. I have had the advantage of touring all of these organizations on your behalf. There was no one on that list, and there could potentially be others added to that list. There's no one on that list that doesn't deserve to be there. Now you say, well, why are we using our money to fund them? We're a fraction of their budgets. They are raising through charitable donations, grant writing, millions of dollars to run their organization. We are just pumping in a little bit, and most of it is benefiting us collectively. Now, that might be one of those things that you and I will disagree on. But you had elected us to represent you and bring our philosophy, after hearing from you all, to that. I hope that $800,000 is money well spent. And if you're not sure, ask for the list and go visit these places and come back or just call me and say, you want to know something? I still disagree with you. I thought that organization was really not so terrific. These are worth the money. And remember what we're talking about here, ladies and gentlemen. A $640 million budget is that $800,000 where you want to shave. I'm telling you from my heart, the the benefit to our community, and I'm not even getting into the intrinsic things, just the return on investment is there. The next thing is the CRAs. I was leery when Mr. Donaldson showed me the thing, won over $1 million from the CRA. We have gone back and forth. When I first came into office, the CRAs, as far as I'm concerned, were pretty much a joke. They had raised individually just enough money, and we won't get into how that money is tax increment financing and it's cycled back in. They raised enough money that every couple of years they could redo their vision plan with an engineering firm, and they could never do anything. And it started with Kevin Freeman, and then it was Kate Parmalee, and then now Susan. We have done remarkable things. I had left office and gone home to never return to public life, and I sort of got pulled back in because so many things started to fall and cave in. I know that my colleague, Commissioner Jenkins, probably never in a million years expected to run for office. But just as Bridge Road and the Hobe Sound community was getting ready to finally get their vision accomplished, the rug got pulled out from them by a previous majority that did not like CRAs and yanked it all out. And that was, he's here, ask him, that's what spurred him along to political life. In Palm City, year after year, we watched Map Road languish and languish and languish. There was no Palm City downtown. We had nothing. And through Kevin Freeman and Kate Parmalee and now Susan Corus and her team, Jordan Pastorius, I don't know if you've been to Palm City recently, Map Road is a dream come true. It's everything that we wanted. Now, here's the thing about it. If you build it, they will come. Map Road is in a renaissance coming now. The vacant properties along our main street, which is where you want to see this type of development, is happening now. We've done all the things. People have built businesses. Local Palm City residents have purchased property, and they're building facilities for restaurants. It's a public knowledge now. Paul Philippe, who's been in Palm City for a long, long time, he bought the plaza. I hope it's not a trade secret, but he bought the plaza across from the fire station. He's told people publicly, and he will revitalize that whole entire thing. There's a couple other spots where people are now investing money in Palm City and creating something that we can all be proud of. The CRAs are also working on quality of life things. We're building something that we waited a long time to do called Palm City Place, or the patio at Palm City Place. It was a stormwater retention pond that was cleaning all of the water from, Thelma and Earl and Sunset that would flush under Map Road or flood Map Road through the numbered streets and Cornell and go directly into the river. All of that water is now cleansed through this thing that I used to look at and say, this looks like a park. But it was fenced off and it was treed off, and now it is a park. And within a couple of months, it'll be now is it going to be a big, grand kind of, central park? No. But it'll be a place in Palm City that people that live in Palm City can be proud of. And all of that comes from the CRA. That money is funneled back in and reinvested right where it started. So yes, taking it from 75 to 65 doesn't sound like a big deal, but it will take those 6 communities of volunteers and residents potentially years to come back to that. So I'm not willing to cut that because I think the return on investment is worth it. So I had said to Mr. Donaldson, $588,000, the grass cutting, the tree audit, the street lights, the street lamps, and then that's half. The other half, as far as I'm concerned, and this is the first time my colleagues will hear me say this, is I'm sure we have plenty of unfilled positions. Now, that being said, some of them need to be filled. If we're looking for an engineer in the engineering department that continues to work on projects and process applications, or someone in growth management, those positions need to be filled. But at the administrator's discretion, I believe we can leave unfilled enough positions to make up that additional $500,000. Because the last thing I will say about this, and someone brought this to my attention, it was actually a gentleman in the lobby wearing a short-sleeve purple shirt, that said to me, look, I reviewed these cuts, these proposed cuts, and I believe a majority of them are not intentionally, but unintentionally directed to our lowest income residents. And I do not want to participate in that. These are people that are struggling. Every single one of us came forward and said, look, we're struggling. Our insurance is up. Our homeowners insurance is up. Groceries are more expensive. Well, some of us are doing better than others, and so why would we take it out on the people that are at the bottom of our economic spectrum? I didn't see it that way until someone brought it to my attention, and I did not disagree. I think this is a fair opportunity. The only other one which I will leave in, and I'll tell you why, is Wojo Park. Wojciech Park is a park that is big. It's right in the heart of the community, and all of us have toured it. The constituents there had reached out and did an excellent job of engaging us, and we found money through Parks and Rec, through our staff, to finally give them their enhancement of their park. $330,000 or something is looking to be cut. $350. But we have just put in $500,000 towards improvements. Now again, I went to Parks and Rec and said, is this something that as the projects, you know, they're all in a pipeline, so the next thing might be water fountains or bathroom renovation. Can you fill this in as you go so that we don't actually just say no to the $350? He says, yeah, I think we can sort of work them through across the year. There's always, you've done budgets, there's always money that pops up, there's always something that didn't happen, something we had a savings, something came in under budget. Parks and Rec, I get the philosophy of why are we in any of these businesses? Why are we in the snack bar business? Why are we in the restaurant business at the golf course? Why are we in the pool business? I think a majority of those projects speak for themselves. I personally, and I think my colleague does, that we should not be in the restaurant business at the golf course. I personally, but we're doing a 1-year test to let them sort of see what's going on there, get it back on track. I still think that should go out. But the county running a snack bar that is now making a profit that can get funneled back in so that the Parks and Rec, the biggest eater of dollars, came in and said, we're good. We have generated enough funds internally that we can just do our thing. I'm not terribly opposed to that. Again, philosophical. So those are my cuts. Those are for my colleagues to hear. It's 8:17. We need to get down to putting a pencil to paper and figuring this out. Those are $1 million worth of cuts that knocks the CRA, keeps them whole, leave the not-for-profits, which was extra anyway, and if everyone agrees, we could just do that deal and go home. Commissioner Hurd.
So you would support that budget?
The one I just said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a 0% millage increase, and it covers the bases that we need to cover.
I thought it was $800 and some thousand.
No, because my unfilled vacancies at the administrator's discretion, I'm sure there's enough, unless he's going to tell me and burst my bubble now and say it's not. But I looked at it. I think you can find enough unfilled vacancies that you're not going to pay paychecks for the next 365 days. But to his discretion, so if it's an important key member of the organization, then yes, you have to fill that spot. I'm pretty sure we have 1,100 employees. I'm pretty sure we can find a couple of spots that could stay vacant. And as far as the fire rescue and the sheriff, I won't, whether you like me or not, I will not second guess the sheriff's budget. He's he's got a whole team of people that decide what that should look like, as well as the fact that if we really push back, he can go to Tallahassee and get the governor to say, yes, it is. And then fire rescue speaks for itself. I mean, I'm glad the chief came. Some of you never had the opportunity to hear him speak. His organization, we can't make a mistake with fire rescue. It means people dying. Now that sounds dramatic, but it genuinely does. Commissioner Smith's story about that anecdotal story, there was a member, and a lot of people here in this room know her, and I won't say her name, but she was a very big deal with the Republican women's executive. She had a heart attack in a restaurant in Martin County. She was pretty tough. She was a critic of fire rescue. She was a pretty tough customer. And she had a heart attack and probably would have passed away in the restaurant that she was in, and fire rescue saved her life. And because of that, we got to continue to be friends with her. Everyone has one of those stories. I'm not willing to mess with that. We're so thankful. Commissioner Hurd, I thought she yielded.
No. I don't understand how we can just say, okay, we're going to cut $6 million worth of unfilled vacancies. We can't do that. That's
No, it's not
that's
All the other things are cut.
You lost,
Yeah, you lost
I
us all.
lost the whole math thing.
The whole, this stays all,
7 million, except.
this all stays in place, except $1 million for the CRA is replaced with what I said, and the not-for-profits don't go away. The rest of these recommendations from our administrator stay in place and are cut.
Except Wojo,
No, Wojo stays because I mentioned they got $500,000 up front, and they can filter out through the rest of the year the 350.
okay, so they're still.
They're
got
getting a cut
350.
today for 350. Sorry.
Also, we have the mowing and landscaping contract. We approved that at last meeting or the meeting before. So we've already got a contract signed and it was a unanimous decision, so that's irresponsible. You also are approving $500,000 in coastal cuts, and we approved today a $2.8 million contract. Is that part of that, Mr. Donaldson?
It would be part of that coastal budget, but we would be reducing the 500,000 towards the construction portion of our budget.
Tough decisions that have to be made. Mr. Thompson, is this an old light?
No, it was a new light. As I understood, I just want to clarify that you were including all of the, starting from this list, all those were cuts except for the exceptions that you mentioned. And then the direction was to find $500,000 worth of vacancies. And keep in mind, the only vacancies that would count towards a ad valorem cut are those that are funded by ad valorem, which would be those departments like parks and IT and libraries and stormwater MSTU funds. Those types of areas is where you'd have to find the positions that are currently vacant to cut.
Their position.
But they are vacant.
Let him answer.
Just
the question.
saying.
That's like the
I-
third time. So are there enough vacancies that 500,000?
I would.
Is that going to damage our,
I would have to you'd have to take probably a 30-minute break for me to go through the list that I have here to see if it adds up to $500,000. Or
sure sounds like,
because again, one of the things that we have to do today is also establish the MSTU budgets to correspond to so you have a series of different funds. And so you have the fire rescue MSTU, you have the general fund. The cuts are all coming out of that list that Jennifer showed earlier. And so as we set each one of those budgets, that is the taxing increase that we have to do. So there may be some estimating, if you will, where those vacancies are, where you could correspond to an actual cut in a particular area. And it gets to the complications of government budgeting. So if we're taxing the folks for a stormwater tax, stormwater MSTU or road MSTU, those funds can only be spent in accordance with the ordinance that you set up to create it. So if I freed up money in that, but I wanted to pay for a librarian, I couldn't use that money to pay for a librarian. So that's why I would need some time to determine whether or not I would need to identify the $500,000 worth of vacancies so that I could identify the proper fund. That's all. And we could do it if that's the will of the board. I would just need probably a 30-minute break or something to kind of hash it out.
My final comment is, that's just my suggestion. There's 5 of us up here. Let's hear a $500,000 suggestion from someone else. Commissioner Hurd.
That's just reckless budgeting. It's irresponsible, and I'm not going to support it. So don't waste your time trying to on the fly create slash $500,000 worth of jobs. That's just irresponsible. You know.
Give me a $500,000 cut.
You have racked up a bill. It's like being in a restaurant and you order and order and order and order from the menu, and the chef prepares the food. You eat the food, and then you don't want to pay your bill.
I disagree.
You can't do that.
I disagree with that.
You have created the budget that drove the budget that's in front of us, and now you have to. I don't like it, but you've made promises, and you have to pay your bills.
I disagree with that analogy.
Well, I'm not going to support a budget that is going to take 30 minutes to figure out how to slash 5 jobs with no, that requires a whole lot more reflection than 30 minutes.
Then give me a alternative suggestion.
The alternative is, I can't believe I'm going to say this.
Pull your mic down, Harold, please.
I got to agree with, hey, it's ridiculous.
Give me a different
That
suggestion.
$588,000 is already committed. I mean, I don't, and that was extra costs for what we have for the lighting, right? If I remember correctly, right?
Yes.
It's just, so you can't cut something you've already been charged, right? And the landscaping contract is existing contracts that increased by that much. You can't. So, as you know, CRA is my deal. If I can get a verbal commitment from my fellow board members, that this would be 1 year, I would agree to the proposed CRA reduced TIF to 65%. Rather than go through what we just were proposed.
It was a suggestion.
It was insane. I'm sorry.
I disagree.
Yeah.
Are you done? You don't have to.
I wish I had more to say, I really do, but no, I'm done.
Commissioner Hetherington.
I think Commissioner Smith was next.
Put your light back on. Commissioner Smith. Put your light back on.
And I lost track of Ed's strategy. Did you or did you not include the CRA cut in your strategy?
I did not.
You did not. So the $1 million that Harold is offering up for 1 year goes towards the 500 and something you were crafting, that there was a gap in the entire page. Is that accurate?
588.
Huh?
588. The tree audit, lights, and grass cutting.
Don, curious question, and I guess I should have asked this or known this earlier, but it just came up today actually with a constituent's ask. The lights on our 2 island bridges, we have a fair amount of failures occurring with the decorative lighting on Sewell's Point to Hutchinson Island. And one of our residents from a group out on the island communicated with us today about that. I thought the conversation I heard from FDOT was that their recommendation was that either the county pick that up in lighting or they would change them out with what they commonly use for their street lighting, Cobra lights, because the aluminum decorative lighting is failing with salt water and so on and so forth. And I don't know if that's part of this $250,000 or not. I doubt it because I think that's a lot more that it's going to cost to replace all of them. But do you know?
So, Commissioner, the county maintains a lot of the both street lights and traffic lights, of which DOT pays us funds to do that. So there's a mix in the Public Works Department, which is some facilities are wholly owned and maintained by the county that are on our county roads, and then some of the facilities we maintain on behalf of DOT. DOT was maintaining all of the street lights on the barrier islands. I know we've had some different conversations. We've been picking up some of that maintenance, but as I understand it, they are also helping to contribute to that, and Mr. Gordon can better describe where we are at that. In terms of like electricity and maintenance and things like that, I mean, that's, if you cut the streetlight maintenance budget to just simply reduce our maintenance and defer maintenance until what we would do. So I think that's, now electricity costs we can't stop unless we physically turn off the lights, and then we have to have FP&L bills us not on some of these by a meter, but by the estimated usage on each one. So we would have to physically prove to them that we've disconnected them in order to save electricity. I don't think that's what you're asking us to do, but certain of street light maintenance, we would just have to direct Mr. Gordon to reduces overall maintenance operation, and we would just stop maintaining certain facilities.
Jim Gordon, Public Works Director. So the lights on the two causeways are maintained by DOT, so that's not included in our budget. What is included in the budget, there's three things driving that increase. Electricity, there's 150 new lights on US 1 that we are maintaining. It's in our budget to maintain it. We do get reimbursed by DOT, and we actually make some money on it because we get reimbursed more than what it costs us to do it. And then, and then the last thing is we added the decorative street lighting for three projects. The projects are Map Road, Bridge Road, and Golden Gate Dixie Highway. So those are the three things that were added for that increase.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I also have Banner Lake. I also have Bridge Road.
That's what happens when you have.
But the only reason those projects aren't done yet, which is going to make that number bigger, is that we're waiting on fixtures. And these are things that we've been talking about for 20 years.
Correct. 21. Commissioner Smith, the floor is still yours.
That was just a question relative to the lighting number, because if FDOT wasn't going to do it, if we were somehow taking over the responsibility of those lights on the bridges, that's a huge problem if that was part of the 250. And from Jim's explanation, I completely understand. So.
You ready?
Yep.
Commissioner Hetherington.
I liked some of your suggestions. I just think that those were suggestions that would have been really great at the beginning of the progress, or identified priorities. But I really liked some of the suggestions. And, the Wojciech Park made me think, and I think this is done, but when we sat up here and it was woefully needed, the park was falling apart, but we paid, or we had intended to, and you can answer, a consultant over $200,000 to do a charrette, a design of what the park was going to be. And I don't think that we could have used that $200,000 to actually make progress, because the community came and told us exactly what was needed, and I think we all agreed. So I don't know if that money was already expended or if it's in the work, but I would cut the charrette and just keep the money in the actual improvements in that.
We got them all on standby in the other room. Here they come, our parks.
And I think that we've heard the state say there's so much money right now in water quality, that $300 million. I think that we can, without impacting any projects, remove the 3.5 million easily.
So, Mr. Chair, George Stoke, Assistant County Administrator, that money was American Rescue Plan Act dollars. That wasn't ad valorem. As well as my understanding that the 200,000 was on Wojciech. And it was my understanding that the consultant it was public charrette for public input, which was heavily attended at the park. And then we cut that back in half, and that was for design and engineering of the park based on the comments we received from the public at this meeting for the baseball park. But I'll defer that to Mr. Abate.
Good evening, Kevin Abate, Parks and Recreation Director. Mr. Stokes is correct. Of the contract, which is in excess of $200,000 encumbered, we've programmed about $100,000 towards the design, the charrette, and all the other elements of their scope of services. So that contract is not fully fulfilled. We're merely in schematic design now, which we presented to our Parks Board last week. So that will use the remaining dollars. We'll do the full design development of the park after we complete this first phase of all the fencing, which is under construction now.
Mr. Abate, I'm sorry, you still have the floor.
No, I'm good.
Mr. Abate, the $350,000 from Woj, how much have you spent so far in Wojo Park?
1.2 million right now on scoreboards, fencing, batting cages, deck replacement. We met with the league earlier in the year, so we're well through most of the funding. Of the ARPA funding was at the tune of about 1.5 million or so. So we have about 180,000 left over in the ARPA project. The rest of the funding was to be used to create the futsal court section of that part of the community in the park that, through the charrettes that we had to develop that section, a very small few acres of the park, restroom near the futsal court soccer area. We don't have a fixed price on it yet, but we're building this fund over the years so we can get to this project once we finish design.
So do you feel, you're the head of Parks and Rec, are you comfortable with the 350,000 as being put on hold?
Well, I think that for the purposes of what you're trying to accomplish, it's just going to push the proverbial, it's going to kick the can down the road for the project. So I think that what will happen is we'll get through design by the end of probably early next year, get it all designed, and then we'll know the amount of money that what we're willing to spend. Maybe we can phase the park and do the restroom at the end. We can do the futsal courts first, and the different elements of the park as programmed by the community.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith?
For all that, I lost it.
Old Light? Mr. Donaldson, let me ask you something. Commissioner Hurd, you want to go?
Sure. Any appetite for taking out the utility, $3.5 million and calling it quits?
We've heard from our staff that we can live with that $3.5 million. I don't think it has a detrimental impact on the projects.
So we take out $3.5 million. Any appetite for approving it?
No, I'm saying, you're saying take it off of the chopping block.
No,
that's not what you're
chop it.
Okay. Oh, you're starting
and
over.
Yep.
Okay, I wasn't
And
sure what
stop.
you were doing.
Any appetite for chopping that and proceeding with the budget?
Oh, without the rest of it?
Yep.
Are you sending Morse code?
Yes, Morse code.
She's got the floor.
I know, but it's in response to that.
Jebediah Smith.
That was what my comment actually was going to be, was my concern relative to the 3 million. One of the reasons we draw down the amount of money that we have been successful in getting thus far in that program is having matching dollars.
I know.
We kill those matching dollars. We already gave back 12 million a month ago. I think it was something like that, right? That was the number. There are every one of the 16 counties that make up the water management district that we are in. When we have our 16 county coalition meeting, every single one of them talks about their septic to sewer conversion programs that they are doing and how successful and how much money they're drawing down. To think that we are the only ones going after that money is not the truth. And there are some very aggressive programs that are occurring in our water management district. And we are one of them, but I philosophically, anything that sets us backward in that program is a huge mistake.
I agree with you, Commissioner Smith. I'm just trying to count to 4.
I understand. We're all expressing our interest levels. That's a concern for me.
You're making it difficult to count to 4. Before you go, let me ask Mr. Donaldson. Mr. Donaldson, when you and I had our conversation, I said to you I was really not in favor of the CRA, and I said, please, I think I asked you to come up with a couple of possible alternatives to that. Did you come up? We're up here just picking and choosing. Do you have any pocketed alternatives, knowing the budget the way you do? Now's the time to tell us what they are.
Commissioner, I think it's really comes down to, it's just, if you look at the broad, in terms of CIP, you'd just be replacing parks with another park element. So if you said that you weren't satisfied with the $500,000 in reductions that I proposed, and you wanted a different $500,000, you're just going to another project that's already funded in the project. If you don't want to impact any more projects in the CIP, then I need you to tell me what service you want to cut in our operations, whether it's reducing libraries to 5 days a week, or we want to reduce our level of service, and I can put together cutting staff and other pieces of programs. So that would be, I would need your direction on what operational program you want to target in an ad valorem funded program, and I can do that.
How long you need for that?
No, I would cut the other stuff.
Being facetious.
Yes, sir.
I wasn't sure.
So, no, I don't think I think this was, I don't take this lightly. It was not an easy budget to put together, this reduction. Certainly the CRA was obviously, I knew it was important to all of us, and I didn't put that on there lightly, any more than the grants and aids. But if you look at the capital program, is largely where it hit, because if you look at our departments, they were all essentially funded with no ad valorem increase. And so if we can cut a service to generate an ad valorem reduction, then we can do that. So, and I think the challenge on some of, like you talk about mowing or other things, we will have to cut, give notice to those contracts to cut, and then it's, and then the question is equitability. Do you cut it all? I don't want to be accused of just going after one district and cutting all the landscape in one area. So I think that's something that would take a more collective look at it. You could do the cut today, but we would have to come back and talk about those real reductions that would take several months to actually implement and get them into our contracts, that sort of thing.
Commissioner Hetherington.
I think that was an old light.
Damn it.
Can't.
Here's one for you. Let me throw. Are you in or out?
I would say that I based on all of the commentary we've heard from DEP, I don't believe that 3.5 million this year is going to affect our program in any way, and we do have a model program throughout the state.
It's going to impact the projects in Port Salerno, Rocky Point, and Palm City.
I asked our staff, they said it wouldn't.
We heard, and that's what I heard from Dawn, and I heard Adam Blaylock give that presentation that there's $300 million that they have pushed into programs this year and next year, and they are not requiring some of these large matches. I wouldn't give it up if I didn't feel very confident that it would not impact us this year. I don't think it's a long-term solution. I think that it wouldn't impact us this year.
We're doing a single-year budget. I have one for you. I was hanging on to it. What's our reserve? How much is in the reserve? Just
barely enough.
So I guess if you took money out of the reserve to fund a reoccurring use, it's something, so you would have to, there's roughly 18 million we have in the reserve right now, of which there's a potential for coming out of it under a.
Just asking a question.
And so if you look at that, there would be 14 million that we use for potential catastrophic events.
Got it. Commissioner Smith.
When we were in the recession, there were other counties near us that did that, and that was a huge mistake.
Just putting it out.
No. I'm just for the public. I mean, if you throw an idea out, somebody in the public could go, "Yeah, well, that's expendable. Do that." It took them years to recover from using that as a tool, and we decided to go an entirely different direction in this county, which I think was incredibly successful for us. But that would not be such a good idea, I don't think.
I agree. Commissioner Hurd.
That's also my understanding that the $4 million purchase of the property in Palm City is going to come out of that reserve funding too.
Temporarily.
Well, it's 1 year budget.
Correct.
So you've already reduced the general fund by $4 million. So now it's only 14.
Not a general fund, it was the reserve.
Yep.
And it won't be more than it'll be less than a year that it'll come back. But that's a story for another day.
Well, no, it's not. It's a story for this year's budget.
Understood. So where are we?
Move approval of the budget.
You hear that thud?
It's not a single. It's not a single motion. I mean, it would seem simple, but that's not
She's talking about the 2.6.07% increase.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, but that, I mean.
She was talking about the 2.
Budget that was presented
the
today.
presented budget prior to these cuts.
Right, but what I'm saying is that I appreciate that for a discussion vote, but the actual voting on the 34 resolutions, it's not that simple.
No, but once you got.
Because you've got to get to 4.
So Stacy,
Maybe we could compromise and not defer this entire sheet, but we could still get less than the 2.67 by just removing just 2 of these items.
That's where I was going. That-
Just the utilities for 1 year and coastal. And what did you say?
1.273.
You would support that?
I would compromise, but if we do that, we have to start strategic planning. It's the only way that I will compromise, because we need to start prioritizing. I think at the beginning of the year, after we reorg, do strategic planning, and we identify things and priorities in this process, the beginning of the cycle, and then it carries all the way through to the budget process. So that would get us down. I don't think it's ideal, but I think the process is working, and the community has had their input. They do not want tax increases, and that's why the strategic planning is important, because if I prioritize public safety and infrastructure, but the next person prioritizes something different. So if we start at the beginning of the year, I would compromise, but we've heard loud and clear from our residents that these significant tax increases are definitely not sustainable for them.
I have an alternative suggestion for you. Commissioner Smith, you want to hear it, or do you want to go first? I would accept Mr. Donaldson's proposed cuts, leaving the CRA at 70% instead of 65, and that's $500,000 that needs to be picked up. I would take $200,000 from my MSTUs from District 5 to offset that. Yes, I can. I can't limit my MSTUs?
It won't necessarily contribute to the tax reduction on the 2.6. You'll still have the increase there.
Okay.
It will just simply
Okay,
affect
here's
your
another-
individual MSTU.
Here's another option. Cut from 75 to 65. On that chart that was sent to me, the 65 was how much from District 5's, from Old Palm City's CRA? 176,000?
It's not as.
Repeat that, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Wasn't it 176,000 from the Old Palm City CRA? That's what that from 75 to 65 meant for that specific CRA? Is that this?
Oh, you want the.
167,000. If you go from 75 to 65, I can use district funds to make up projects within that 167,000. I think we have to come in at a flat millage. I think we need to find the difference here, and I would chip in my thing. We all have money to make up that $500,000 there, and let's do it.
I thought we were past that. I thought we were past decimating the forest.
It's not a decimation. They're getting an 8%, and I love the CRAs, but I mean, what did we do for the last 2 meetings, all these hours, if we're going to then, the residents are not going to, they're going to see 2.6 or 0. They don't want to hear 1.5, 1.75. They want to see that it came in, that we did what we said we were going to do. And I wish it was different, but this is where we are. Commissioner Smith.
Every pause of comment gets you thinking in a different, thinking in a different direction. I think the MSTUs are a potential, but as Don says, that doesn't get you anywhere
Doesn't change it.
on your point. I think to Stacy's ask about strategic planning, I remember the years we did strategic planning, and we did them for years, and I was a huge advocate for it. I don't know that it'll actually produce what you want it to produce relative to what happens throughout the course of the year. Wojciech Park, as a for instance, came to us mid-year. That wasn't in the budget. It wasn't really, well, it was in the budget, but it wasn't in a discussion at the scale at which it was at. And this board reacted to the community and provided them with a response that we will take care of it and we will do it. I don't know in strategic planning that what happens with that gets fixed. When we give our 3-4 priorities for the year, during reorg, that is really kind of the global direction that we're giving staff to say, look, here are 5 people's ideas, here's an amalgamation of those ideas. And that's what kind of directs staff to do what they're doing throughout the course of the year. We can do green dots, blue dots, yellow dots, and stuff again. I just don't know after doing it for all those years that it actually produced the results that we would have wanted it to do. And I think even from the reporting perspective of mid-year when the staff would come back and say, well, this is how we're doing on strategic planning, I think all of us got incredibly frustrated that it wasn't really coming out the way we thought it should come out, and it wasn't accomplishing what we intended it to accomplish, other than the big like Stacey, if one of your philosophical priorities was 0% increase for ad valorem, would that be accurate? Would that be one of your 3 priorities?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no, it wouldn't. That's not a priority. I mean, that's always a priority, but
Well, no, but I mean,
you have to prioritize. We're going to put the dollars here, here, and here, and put them on a piece of paper.
right, but versus if we were given 3 priorities to have, and you said, that's one of my biggest priorities, I want a 0% ad valorem increase. And if the rest of us agreed with all that, right, staff would put together a budget that was a 0% increase. That's what they would do. They would work on that, and that would be a priority for them. And Don would figure out the questions that have been brought up tonight on how many staff would you eliminate, how many positions would you freeze, would you not have, all the different pieces of that take the 8 months to produce what our budget looked like back in June or July when it came to us. That would be his direction.
But wouldn't you agree that would be way easier to do at the beginning, if that is the priority, than to do
Yes,
when
it
the
should be.
budget has to be passed in 4 days?
Colleagues,
Yes,
may I
and-
recommend we
can
get
I-
back onto this?
Well, we are, Ed. We're talking through.
As your chair, I'm just trying to move it along.
Okay. And I'm not trying to call you out, Stacy, on that, but because I just don't remember. Was a 0% increase in ad valorem one of your 3 or 4 priorities this year on your list?
No, it was not.
Okay. If it had been, and if we all collectively agreed that the 20 or so items that collectively came together, that was one of the important issues, and that's the direction we gave Don to produce, then he would have all year. We wouldn't be on the last night of the budget hearings trying to figure out how to do it. He would produce that budget that we gave him direction to produce, versus him assuming that the things that were important to us is what he is building his budget around, is what he has brought to us, because that's what he collectively takes direction on. That's the budget that we got. And now we're saying, well, these 6 items or 7 items on his list are up for grabs in terms of what we do. So in November, if we give, or December now, December 5th, I guess, is our new reorg meeting. If we give Don direction in our reorg meeting that 0% increase in our ad valorem is the direction you want him to fulfill, and we all agree to that, that will be his marching orders for next year's budget. And we won't be here next year in September, having this conversation, because he will have already achieved that in his budget.
And, me? Sorry.
Tell me when you're ready.
I'm done.
No, I'm talking to Commissioner Heatherington. You want to hear from Commissioner? You have your light on. Commissioner Heatherington.
And that would be setting the priority at the beginning of the year. El Camino Trail is on my priority list this year, right? It's actually been on my priority list for several years. I'm not sure why.
We all have things on our priority list that are important that are getting defunded, trust
But
me.
you're hearing from residents over the last few months, they cannot sustain, what was originally a 5.6. And, kudos to the process because the process worked. You proposed a budget. We've come a long, long way. And I think that we're getting close, but you can't have everything. That's the priority. You can't have everything and no increase.
No, you can if you give the administrator 8 months to build it.
Which is why we prioritize in the beginning of the year.
Fine.
But here we are.
It needs to be one of our priorities on our list to give him direction to do so. And if he doesn't have that direction, as I said, he is going to build a budget that he believes reflects the direction of the board that he's given. And I think that's fair to Don, that it's not his fault that he is where he's at with his budget. It is our fault, the five of us, that have given him direction to produce the things that we want done that create the budget that we have.
There's some extenuating circumstances in there. We don't know what the property values are. There's numbers. Let's worry about that for 24, 25. We're still tonight on 23, 24. Commissioner Jenkins.
May I make a proposal?
Oh my God, here it comes.
That we
That's silent.
There you go. Well, I've kind of, the 3.5 million, even though I don't want to, the 500,000 for the inlet, the $1 million out of the CRA brings us from 2.607 to 0.893 increase.
What are you leaving?
With the understanding that TIF would be returned to 75% next year automatically, or we're going to fight about it next year, and that we'll do a strategic plan at the beginning of this process.
What are you leaving in?
I'm leaving in everything above that
I
line.
don't have it in front of me. Can you share?
Sure, let me show you.
I meant with everybody. They can't see it either.
Okay, so we're going to leave parks. We're going to leave all these farbs that we're about to decimate. We're only taking out the solid waste, 3.5, the 500,000 out of coastal, and the $1,030,109 out of CRA, which is $5,075,109 to be exact.
Can I see that sheet now?
Sure, here you go.
Thank you. You have such a small version of it. So you're leaving 500,000 in FARB for parks. You're leaving 225,000 for the sheriff, correct?
Yes, we got to do it.
Did you speak to the sheriff? Was he okay with the 225,000?
Commissioner, I think nobody is comfortable with the cuts, but I did inform him of what was on my list. I don't know that he actually endorsed it, but then I also wasn't given a speeding ticket when I left, so I think,
Yet.
You're just kicking it down the road.
Yeah, but I mean, I see your point. I'm just saying some of those FARBs and things like that, I think that those are, FARB is fixed asset replacement budget. Some of those you could eat.
Well, like Don said, the courthouse air conditioning, in 3 years, we're doing that, no matter what. We're just saving up a little bit of money to go towards it. So taking it out is ridiculous when we got to pay it anyhow.
I can live with your proposal.
Thank you. I got 1, 2,
I like your proposal.
3, 4,
I defer to the vote.
You chicken.
I just.
You vote against it, I'm going to stab you in the neck with my pencil, I swear to God.
Hey, then I wouldn't have to worry about voting. I'd be on my way to the hospital, and I support the firefighters, so I'm sure I'll get a ride. So with that in mind, I'm thinking that you
That was a
took out.
motion. So
Very
be
well.
quiet. Ask for a second.
I still have one of these temporarily. Look, I just want to put this out there. These folks have sat here all day and night. We're this close to giving them exactly what they wanted. And the things that you cut out were the hard ones. The CRA was the hard one. The FARB for the air conditioner at the courthouse could wait a year, in my opinion.
You're paying the bill.
I get
In
it.
3 years, you're paying the bill.
But next year, when we tell Don Donaldson to create a zero millage increase budget, then he'll figure that out and he'll do different heavy lifting. We could, how about this?
We're not talking about next year.
What? Well, we're not philosophizing about next year. I'm still willing to kick in some of my MSTU dollars to narrow this thing down. Everyone throws in a couple bucks. We tell the residents zero.
Not really zero.
Commissioner Smith.
So you
I'm
got
not
$2
looking-
million worth of, that's not accurate.
Not
You
all
got
of it.
applause for something that's not accurate, which just pisses me off. There isn't enough MSTU dollars to do what you're asking to do.
See your bigger version, please.
Yes.
Don,
Yes, sir.
so do we need to take a break for 10 minutes, 15 minutes to figure out what Harold's effect would be for motions to be made to approve to get to a 4-1 if that's what we need?
Oh, God, I don't want to be
The
there.
one that's got to do it just said yes.
Yes, yes. I mentioned before, anytime we involve the CRA cuts, it affects a lot of the other MSTUs. So I'll need about at least 30 minutes to an hour.
No, you don't have it, so that's not going to work. What?
We have 4.
You're going to sit here, we're going to sit on standby for an hour?
Well, I could do it less, but we need to, we certainly have the resolutions potentially prepared for the million reduced. So we just need to verify it. So I just want to prepare you we still have to adjust all the MSTUs.
What do you need from us to do
Yeah,
that?
no, it's, yeah, it
Want us
takes,
to make a motion for that?
I certainly think it would behoove all of us that if we have a solid 4 votes to do something that you're comfortable with it,
I'll second
then we
Harold.
can go and actually set a set of documents that could actually work.
I'll second Harold's motion.
Which is 3.5, 1, and 500.
Yes.
Yeah?
Can you give me 2 more? Can we just have 2 more? You still have 2 million on the table. Can't we just have a couple more?
But the couple more, again, is just deferring the bill.
Which ones would you like?
How about this one for, oh, that already came out. Indian Riverside Park and Wojo. That's $500,000.
Ed,
I'm just,
Ed, in the grand scheme of what you're asking, everybody's kind of expressed their priorities here. 2 of my priorities are getting cut. CRA and septic sewer.
Me too.
And I don't care what anybody says. And
Those are the
Stacey,
hard ones. We cut the light
I respect your commentary about our DEP friends. I'm not so sure about all of that, but that's okay. But I'm willing to support that. But I am very cautious at the idea that that's going to cost us doing so. But I'm willing to go there to get at least a portion of this done. But if we're gonna, and if there's 4 of us that agree to that, that's what you need, then that's good. And that's why I made a motion, or a second Harold's motion, if that's the direction, to give staff direction to take a half an hour or whatever it is to come back
And you get to go home with a pencil.
and tell us what they gotta do for motions to make that happen.
I just think it's odd that we were going to take out the one that was the most important, which is CRAs, and leave in FARBs that have no return. Yeah, I get it. They're FARBs. They're like they're budgetary tools so that if something happens to this equipment, we would be able to do it. We're saving air conditioning repairs but we're going to cut the CRA. I would have cut it all or cut the FARBs and leave the CRA. It at least generates its own funds back into itself. That's all, and I get it. You know, look, there's 5 of us for a reason. Commissioner Smith.
So if there is a motion and if it passes and it's 4-1.
Very well.
Gives direction.
Call the vote.
I'll call the vote.
We have a motion by Commissioner Jenkins. My colleagues familiar with what his motion is? Seconded by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Can you repeat what exactly you put on the table again?
3.5 million
One-
utilities, 500,000 coastal, and roughly 1 million CRA.
Which brings our increase down from 2.607 to 0.893.
Which is not ideal, but it's way better than the
Right.
5.67 that we started
I
at.
completely agree with you.
Are you okay? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Opposed.
I'm going to have to stab you now.
Okay, we're gonna,
If you could recess for at least 15 minutes or to a half hour, and I'll
We'll
report
come
back.
back at 9:30. Okay, we are back. It is still September 26, 2023, our Board of County Commissioners meeting. We are on agenda item public hearing number 6, final fiscal year 2023-2024 budget public hearing. We've had all of our process through this item, and we've asked our staff, they took some time to go upstairs and recrunch the numbers based on a vote taken by the board. And Ms. Manning and Ms. Murley, are you prepared to present the new numbers based on the actions taken by the board?
We are prepared.
Please continue.
Okay, so I'm just going to go back to the rollback rate based on the reductions that we made earlier. And so the rollback rate for it, before it was 13% for the general fund. I won't read all of them because we have to read all the resolutions. And for fire, I'm just going to do the MSUs. The fire rescue is only at 12%. And it's a negative for the parks, 2.273, and 11.237 for unincorporated. Again, they are within the millage cap, the countywide, as well as the MSTUs. Previously, it was 33.8, now it's 23.6 for the countywide, 9.5 for the MSTUs. We already went over the reduction slides, I'm just going right through them. And just go to the final millage. So FY '23 was 6.559, now it's for FY '24, 6.6017, which is only a 0.699 increase. The MSUs was 3.4078 in '23, now it's 3.4507, which is 1.258 increase. Overall, for '23, 9.9637 for the total millage, excluding the MSUs. And for FY '24 is 10.0524, which is an increase of a 0.890%. The final ad valorem impact compared to '23, which was 245 million, and it's going to be 278 million for FY '24. The total budget for FY '23, 559 million, and it will be 637 million for FY '24. And again, the millage rate is 9.9637, and the proposed is 10.0524. And as you can see, this is just an illustration of the decrease when you compare it to 2021. And again, I just want to say all the resolutions are to be read, and they don't have to be read in full, but they must state the taxing authority, the rollback rate, the percent of increase or decrease over the rollback rate, and the millage to be levied. And so, do you have a copy of the?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Smith does an excellent job of this, so.
Nobody else wants to?
He's been entrusted. No, we don't want anybody else, just you.
Nobody wants it.
Are you ready?
One moment. Donna, do you have the ability to put the sheets up, or you don't have the new sheets?
I have them on the.
Oh, you have them on the dot cam, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry, you want to sit down?
Mm-hmm. Let me know if you want them any bigger.
Well, Doug's going to read them off the printed page. I just wanted to be able to follow along, and people can see this on the screens, correct?
Yes, they can.
At home. Before you begin, Commissioner Smith, I just would like to say that for the folks that are just joining us now at 9:53 p.m., that we went through the process over the last couple of weeks, and today we really sort of, went through the real nickels and dimes to figure out the best budget that we can. And as the sole dissenter, as we vote for these now, I had some suggestions there, but I want to show a unified support with my colleagues, so I will be supporting these. The process has gone through. This is what the board has come up with, and I don't want to look like a dissenter in the process. So I think that if we showed a unified board, in my opinion, it looks better than, a 4-1. I was disappointed when you were the one and I was one of the 4, so I'm not going to do that. And I appreciate your process. We don't always agree, but the way that worked out, I think, was pretty legit, and so I will be supporting these changes. With that, Commissioner Smith, why don't you kick it off?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move item A, which is Taxing Authority, Board of County Commissioners countywide rollback rate to be set at 5.9551. Percentage of increase over the rollback rate is 10.86. Final millage rate to be set at 6.6017.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move approval item B, Taxing Authority, Board of County Commissioners countywide, fund total $267,048,534.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item C, Taxing Authority, District 1 MSTU, rollback rate .0718, percentage of increase over the rollback rate, a reduction of .56. Final millage rate to be set at .0714.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries unanimously.
Move item D, District 1 MSTU, Taxing Authority, fund total $337,958.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move item E, Taxing Authority, District 2 MSTU, rollback rate .0898, percentage of increase over the rollback rate, a reduction of 1.11. Final millage rate to be set at .0888.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
You want all the rest of them as I read them? Move item F, Taxing Authority, District 2 MSTU, fund total $215,000.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item G, as in girl, Taxing Authority, District 3 MSTU, rollback rate to be set at .0419, percentage of increase over the rollback rate, a reduction of 3.58, final millage rate to be set at .0404.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item H, Taxing Authority, District 3 MSTU, fund total $208,000 even.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item I, Taxing Authority, District 4 MSTU, rollback rate 0.0570, percentage of increase over the rollback rate, a reduction of 0.70. Final millage rate to be set at 0.0566.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item J, Taxing Authority, District 4 MSTU, fund total $214,390.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item K, Taxing Authority, District 5 MSTU, rollback rate .0606, percentage of increase over the rollback rate 33.50, final millage rate to be set at .0809.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item L as in Larry, Taxing Authority, District 5 MSTU, fund total $370,000 even.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Item M, Taxing Authority, Special District A-61 Hutchinson Island MSTU, rollback rate .1995, percentage of increase over the rollback rate, a reduction of .80. Final millage rate to be set at .1979.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
I move item N as in Nancy, Taxing Authority, Special District A-61 Hutchinson Island, MSTU, fund total $392,100.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item O as in Oscar, Taxing Authority, Fire District, Fire Rescue, MSTU, unincorporated, rollback rate 2.3895, percentage of increase over the rollback rate 12.51, final millage rate to be set at 2.6884.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Hurd dissenting.
Move item P as in Peter, Taxing Authority, Fire Rescue, MSTU, unincorporated, fund total $71,035,141.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Hurd dissenting.
Move item Q, Taxing Authority, Countywide, MSTU, unincorporated, stormwater and road maintenance, rollback rate 0.5384, percentage of increase over the rollback rate 11.24, final millage rate to be set at 0.5989.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item R as in Robert, Taxing Authority, Countywide, MSTU, unincorporated, stormwater and road maintenance, fund total $12,656,396.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item S as in Sam, Taxing Authority, MSTU, Parks and Recreation, rollback rate to be set at 0.1672, percentage of increase over the rollback rate, a reduction of 2.27, final millage rate to be set at 0.1634.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item T as in Tom, Taxing Authority, MSTU, Parks and Recreation, for a total $3,762,101.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item U as an umbrella, Taxing Authority, non-taxing fund, general unincorporated fund, fund total $6,741,249.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item V as in Victor, non-taxing fund, building and permitting, fund total $10,182,000 even.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item W as in William, non-taxing fund impact fees, fund total $6,233,000 even.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item X as in Xerox, non-taxing fund, special revenue, fund total $27,769,840.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item Y as in yellow, non-taxing fund grants, fund total $828,862.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item Z as in zebra, non-taxing fund, other debt service, fund total $8,523,977.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item double A, non-taxing fund, other capital projects, fund total $13,299,371.
Second.
We have another motion by Commissioner Smith, also seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item double B, non-taxing fund, utilities enterprise, fund total $110,025,342.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item double C, non-taxing fund, solid waste enterprise, fund total $46,314,044.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed, the motion carries unanimously.
Move item double D, non-taxing fund, airport enterprise, fund total $2,533,252.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed, the motion carries unanimously.
Move item double E, golf, non-taxing fund, golf course enterprise, fund total $2,300,000.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed, the motion carries unanimously.
Move item double F, non-taxing fund, internal service funds, fund total $38,352,259.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed, the motion carries unanimously.
Move item double G, non-taxing fund trust, fund total $80,000.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed, the motion carries unanimously.
Last but not least, move item double H, non-taxing fund, community redevelopment area trust, $7,696,268.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed, the motion carries unanimously.
Finally.
Okay, Ms. Manning, what else do you need from us?
That's it for now, I thank you.
Okay, so with that in mind, we have reached the end of our agenda at 10:06 PM. I will take any public comment, the 5:05 public comment at this time.
He needs to sign them all.
Seeing none. Back to the board. Commissioner Smith? Commissioner Heatherington? Commissioner Jenkins?
I'm good.
Commissioner
And awake still.
I want to thank Jennifer and Stephanie. Great
no
job.
doubt.
Thank you very much.
All the staff.
Created the budget that you were instructed to
Amazing,
create.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, I echo those thoughts. I appreciate the process our public has come to share with us. I think we've crafted a budget that will work for the next year. I think there were some lessons that we learned on how we might want to schedule the timing of how these things take place into the future. And with that, our next commission meeting is 15 minutes from now, actually. No, October 10th, a Tuesday. And then I would also like to wish my fellow colleague and friend, Commissioner Harold Jenkins, a very happy birthday this Thursday, September 28th. Commissioner Jenkins, happy birthday. And with that, we will end our meeting